starting?
Meow meow meow. Yes, we are
Oh.
here.
Yeah.
Say
I'm
hi.
rather in front, aren't I?
Yes, you are in front because I'm hiding behind you.
Okay, I see. I see.
Yes, you have to protect me.
Sh- sure, before I get a hatchet to the back.
Holds up knife. Nah, I swear I'm protecting you.
Uh-huh.
I swear.
You swear. You swear.
I swear. I'm
Uh-huh.
not up to kill you.
Uh-huh. Okay then. I'll take your word. I'll take your word for it. I'll take your word for it. Okay.
I. You wanna say hi or?
Hello everybody, welcome again back to Terror Tuesdays with, of course, your usual host, Shitan over here. And I'm no longer a bird. Uh as you can see, I am moving now. We got Onikakushi chapter 1 to go through, and yeah, I'm excited for crazy time. Because I swear to God, if there's any more delay in this, I'm gonna lose my mind. Please.
I.
Yes.
It's time. It is time.
It is time.
Oh yeah, I left off where we were talking to the man because goddamn
Yeah.
net was
The
being
net
shit.
died, so it's okay.
Just a serious
We're back. We're back.
Yes. Welcome everyone.
Also, um, I need the screen.
All right.
I realized. Sorry, I realized about a minute ago. So.
Oh,ちょい待ち. There you go. Got the screen?
Yep.
Alright. Boba, of course.
Are you able to see Boba? Because
Honey?
there. No. I was curious whether they'd be able to see the Boba. Because I'm in front.
How's he still?
Oh yeah. So right, Detective Boy and Kate.
Yes.
Yeah.
Enjoy your shower.
Get a shower. Okay, enjoy your shower, Rao.
Yay.
What voice did I give this man? Gruff boy. Okay. Okay. Gotta get into character. I'm a gruff detective looking into the thing. Okay, there we go. Normally they hunted down a single person, and they chose who it was going to be beforehand. Huh? That caught my attention. Oishi-san also appeared to be pondering what it meant. My grandmother told me that you must never interfere with the demon's hunt. You should just hold up in your house and hide under the covers, she said. So what does this all mean? It means you mustn't ever help or protect the prey. As long as you don't disturb the demon's hunt, no harm will fall upon the villagers. It seems there's that kind of rule. Basically, don't help the victims. Pretend you didn't see the atrocities. In other words, what happens if you break the rule? Well, they're man-eating demons after all. Many parts of that tale caught my attention. Parts of the story he told me overlapped with his theory that the perpetrators were all the village families. Even if it was the whole village, it was conceivable that the villagers were hiding under the covers and leaving them to die, when there's a group that was on their hunt, wasn't it? I didn't dare speak it. Then, Oishi-san, I guess it looks like it's either the village families or a group of villagers perpetrating the crimes? What do you think, Maebara-san? Ah, excuse me. Another cup of coffee, please. That's what I wanted to know. It seemed that we were both waiting for the other to say that last part. I waited for the waitress to finish pouring coffee before speaking. Last year, I had a nagging feeling when Satoshi-kun disappeared. Oishi-san muttered as he watched the milk swirl around in his coffee. So those friends of Satoshi-san, meaning your group of friends, Maebara-san, I had a bit, really just a bit, okay, of background checking done on them. If Oishi-san had said this to me before, I would have been furious, since he told me earlier not to suspect my friends. But as I was now, I couldn't. This might sound pretty stupid. Maebara-san, if you feel that it is stupid, please say so. I'll just stop. Oishi-san was wearing the most serious expression that I'd ever seen from him. It was as if he was telling me to prepare myself and listen. There were quite a few things I regretted hearing from Oishi-san, but none of them were as threatening as this. A little voice inside me was screaming like an alarm. Stop, Keiichi. This is probably the last one. I took a deep breath and silenced that voice. I would not run from the truth. Please. That was all I could utter. Oishi-san stared into my eyes silently for a few moments. After he was certain I was ready, he began. The victim of the incident in the first year was the overseer. A few weeks prior, he had an altercation with Mion Sonozaki-san. Multiple altercations.
What does altercation mean again?
Like confrontations, possible fights, or arguments, that kind of thing.
Okay.
Oishi-san had said before that Mion had defied the dam project vehemently. Well, it wasn't hard to imagine how she'd be if she got worked up. In the second year, the married couple who supported the project died in the incident, right? They had a daughter. Her name is Satoko Hojo-san. Wow. Huh? Satoko? Meaning Satoko? Oishi-san's look told me that my voice was too loud. I realized it as well, and quickly quieted down. The Shinto priest and his wife, who died in the third year.
Oh no.
You see, yeah.
Rika!
Your daughter is Rika Furude-san. Rika was the housewife who died in the fourth year. You know already, don't you?
Oh no.
It was a step-aunt
Oh.
of Satoko Hojo-san.
I thought it was Rena's mom or something. Never mind.
Yeah, that would have been kind of...
Because didn't Rena move here?
How would we know? You know already, don't you? It was a step-aunt. Like, oh?
Okay, never mind. I was like, okay. I thought it was Rena's mom because didn't Rena move here with her mom or something?
Yeah. She was in her aunt and uncle's custody. She had lost both of her parents in the accident. She lived in the victim's house. I could tell my lips were getting dry. I didn't even have the wits to keep my mouth from hanging agape. I thought it was nothing but a bizarre incident, one that I could easily distance myself from. But clicking and clacking, it snuck all the way to my feet. The one who disappeared the fourth year, by the way. He was Satoko-san's older brother.
Wait, what?
It's the Satoshi.
Satoshi is
Satoko and Satoshi. Yeah, makes sense.
I mean, Satoshi is his first name. Satoko's her last name. I don't know.
Oh yeah, no, Hojo. Hojo is the last name.
Oh wait, really?
Hojo Satoko, right? I've never heard of someone called Hojo as a first name. Right?
Never mind. Yeah. That. Wait, but I thought Satoshi was like a transfer student that just came. So he's not a local. Like, not local.
Anyway. Wait, just wait. Just a second. It took everything I had to finally say that.
You know, I feel kind of bad for Satoko now. Why is she always the fucking victim?
That's why she's
It's
like,
all her
I don't
family.
know. It's like, actually, you know already. It was your stepmom. I was like, what? Anyway, I gulped down a glass of water and once again wiped my face with a napkin. Calm down, Keiichi Maibara. But Oishi-san was relentless. Instead of waiting for me to finish sorting out my feelings, he started speaking again. The last of the things I shouldn't have heard. All of the victims seem to be connected to your group of friends. That has to be just a coincidence. Mayura-san, keep it down. Everyone's looking. Mion? Satoko? Rika-chan? So what if they're connected? You're telling me all of my friends?
To be fair.
Oh, okay.
To be
To be
fair.
fair?
To be fair, it's just. It was what? It was just Satoko and Rika's. It's like Rika's family like once, and then Satoko's entire fucking family line just dies. Rena is not related. Mion's family. Wait, was Mion related?
Mion had an altercation with the guy in the first year. You know.
I had a fight, and then that guy died.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Welcome back, Ross.
Welcome back.
It couldn't be. It just couldn't be. Rena's different, isn't she? Rena isn't connected with the victims at all.
Cause she's the killer.
Yeah, right.
Oh yeah. I guess. I don't know.
How you guys doing? We're doing good, Rob. Good, Rob. We're trying my best to occupy two different characters at once with two very different moods.
Sumimasen.
No. I'm enjoying it. It's fun.
Okay.
It might not. Hopefully, it's okay for you guys. But yeah.
It's convenient.
Then Ryugu-san was living in the suburb of Ibaraki Prefecture up until last year. Well, it's true she hadn't met directly any of the victims. He said it in a roundabout way. Is he saying she's also connected?
I wouldn't be surprised. Come on, Keiichi.
I mean,
you would know.
Yeah. Actually, I looked into her. Before Ryugu-san was moved away to Hinamizawa, she was suspended from school.
I knew it. For murdering someone.
It seems she went through her school building and broke all the windows.
Okay, maybe never mind.
Rena did that? She broke all the windows at her school? That same silly Rena had? I couldn't even imagine it. It seems that after her 3-day suspension, she didn't return to school. She went to a neurologist and was diagnosed with dysautonomia. Dysautonomia?
I'm looking that up.
Dysautonomia.
Dysautonomia.
She went to a neurologist and was diagnosed with dysautonomia.
A group
She's given weeks of counseling.
A group of medical conditions caused by problems with the autonomic nervous system, ANS. This part of the nervous system controls involuntary body functions like your heartbeat, breathing, and digestion.
Oh, so it's like involuntary. Oh, okay, I see. Oh.
Many dysautonomic patients have difficulty sleeping, physical symptoms like racing heart rate, headache, dizziness, combined with psychological stressors like worry, anxiety, guilt. Huh? Wait, so it's.
So it's a neurological symptom. Oh, sorry, sickness.
I must find out.
The part of your nervous system controls involuntary body functions. Oh,
Ooh. What does it?
so it's
What does it really do?
so I don't know. I guess it means that she's unable to like actually like regulate her own like involuntary systems.
This one can be
So
local as in reflex sympathetic dystrophy, pure autonomic
so
failure.
that is so ton on my
Balls.
balls. It's a serious medical condition, but also yeah, nice.
Primary condition, especially a degenerative neurological disease such as Parkinson's. Disease primary will include multiple system atrophy and familial dysautonomia. Hallmarks of sympathetic failure are
Let's not spend too much time on this. That or you want to read it out like to the chat instead of mumbling
I
it.
I legitimately don't understand how it's related. Like, what what is it? What does it do? What does it mean? Like,
Essentially, no, I think from what I'm gathering, right? So here it says, dysautonomia is a malfunction in the autonomic nervous system, which means that it's like of course, right? The things that you control without having to think about it, like your heart rate, your blood pressure, your digestion. So it's like I'm assuming what that means is that if you have dysautonomia, it means that you're unable to actually properly have these systems work without essentially not having your systems work without thinking. It's not like you can think and then have them work. It's just that it means it doesn't work regardless of what happens, I guess.
symptoms anxiety causes inadequacy of sympathetic or parasympathetic components of autonomic nervous system. Naruhodo. Okay.
Either way,
The
I think a basic understanding of it is essentially just an issue with your involuntary systems.
Naruhodo.
Yeah.
Peppoji. Interest.
I wondered if it was something like a nervous breakdown. I heard that it happens to people who are really methodical or overly sensitive. Neither of those matched Rena's easygoing personality. And in the counselor's medical report, he recorded all the conversations he had with Rena-san. It shows up, and quite a bit at that.
A demon.
Yeah, right? What did? I pressed forward carelessly. There couldn't be anything more for me to regret. She mentioned the word Oyashiro-sama. It felt like someone's stone cold hand was caressing my back. Shiro-sama. Oya, Shiro-sama. Why? Why had Rena spoken of Oyashiro-sama before she even came to Hinamizawa?
He's possessed.
Yeah. Seems that the Oyashiro-sama she spoke of was like a ghost, appearing in her house every night, standing over her pillow, looking down at her.
Oh.
My mind froze. I couldn't process what I was being told. A while after that, she moved to Hinamizawa. Ah, that's right. She's not an outsider. Huh? According to the residency register, the Ryugu family used to reside in Hinamizawa. And then Asan moved to Ibaraki right after she finished elementary school. My mind went completely blank, as if this made it. It was similar to the static you'd see on a blank TV channel. My ears began ringing as I lost all sense of comprehension. Maebara-san, are you alright? Shall we stop? Those words brought me back. I couldn't let it end here. Now I understand, Vrena.
Yeah.
Then, how about the last victim, Tomitake-san? Who was he connected with? Irritated, I let out one final reprisal. All of them. Have you forgotten, Maebara-san? Didn't you spend all the festival together quite merrily? Quite a few of the officers saw you enjoying yourselves. Now there was nothing I could respond with. I fell silent as my brain turned to mush. We should get going. Ah, Maibara-san, did you take your afternoon medicine? I had completely forgotten about the medicine I'd gotten today until Oishi-san said that. I got another glass of water, and we left the shop after I chugged it down. We got in the car and returned to Hinamizawa via the rough road. I never really paid attention when I was on my bike, but did cars normally shake this much? It was almost as if the road was desperately trying to tell me something. But that big jolt from the difference in elevation of the road when it changed from cement to dirt. I was certain that I heard Tomitake-san scream. I sat in silence, just letting myself be shaken by the car. I'll drop you off at your house.
Uh-oh.
You might not want to do that, man. You missed school because you were ill, correct? My apologies for the long conversation.
I'm pretty sure everybody in the village will know.
Yeah, everybody's gonna be like eyeing it. It's like we're talking to them.
He got out of a fancy car. It's the police car. Oh, the entire village will be talking about it. I swear. I'm gonna die.
Just a second. I have a fire alarm going. Give me a second.
Oh my god, fire alarm. Bruh.
Yeah.
Monka ass, bro. Goddamn, yeah. Monka S, bro. You said it so casually too because it's not the first time. And it won't be the last.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Hi. Yeah, no. Fire alarm's like a very common occurrence.
Monka S.
I'm just like, Anyway. Everything okay? Yeah, everything's fine. It's just my flatmate set off the fire alarm and didn't know how to turn it off, so I just pressed the button and it was all good.
That's cute. He's just like, you hear the fire alarm and then you just walk out of the room, press the button, and then came back, and then your friend's just like, oh, okay.
It's all good. Anyway. What mood is I in? Okay, hang on. Okay. Anyway. Why did you talk to me? I blurted out the question. Really just blurted it out. I didn't expect an answer. I did check with you first, didn't I? If you just stop. Not that! Why did you reach out to me? I understood quite well that Oishi-san was investigating this string of suspicious incidents. But why was he telling me all this?
Because he knows you're gonna die.
I knew nothing, and I couldn't help. Everything Oishi-san spoke of was news to me. First of all, what could I, having just moved here, know? By chance, if there was a reason for Oishi-san to reach out to me, then it would have to be that it looked suspicious to Oishi-san, as I was part of Mion's circle of friends. I am retiring this year. I plan on moving away after retiring as my grandma wants.
He's dead.
Grandma? Yeah, he's dead. So, while I'm still on the case, I want to bring the truth behind this incident to light. So, Oishi-san, you You suspect them, don't you?
He's retiring from life, yeah. Pretty soon.
All of them. Yeah. Oishi-san didn't really give a response. It felt a little late, but I thought it was his way of showing a bit of consideration for my feelings. This is most of my intuition from 30 years on this job. Maebara-san, you're the one in danger. Huh? I wanted to reply with, that was absurd. But in my downtrodden state, I couldn't bring myself to say it. I'll be retiring this year, so I won't be at the Watanagashi next year. So I want to settle things. In other words, he is insinuating that on the next Watanagashi, I might be the victim.
I wouldn't be surprised.
I've been warned by the chief as well. Each incident in the string of cases has been solved, so don't bring it up again. Or so I was told. This is the pressure I'm facing. Pressure? From what? Someone in Hinamizawa. We've arrived. Is this fine? After some time, the car finally reached the path to my house. The clock read 2 p.m. I was surprised so little time had passed since we ate. It was hot outside the car. The chirping of the Higurashi hurt my ears. I wouldn't mind if you just forgot everything that I told you today. But I'm still going to keep investigating. I'll end Oyashiro-sama's curse this year.
Gonna die before the fucking Watanagashi.
Yeah. So you're saying I should contact you if anything happens? It's fine. Just contact me when you feel like you have to, Maebara-san. I wasn't collected enough to understand Oishi-san's roundabout way of saying it.
Higurashi, a word for the buzzing. Higurashi is is Higurashi just the bugs?
It's a it's a kikata. It's one of those kikata.
It's gonna come for a while, but it's getting scary. And it's midnight. It's midnight? Well no, it's nighttime here too. If it's scary and you're scared, you don't need to watch it. It's okay.
Like please, like if you guys, this is everybody's type of cup of tea, you know. I personally really like horror, but of course I understand. Yeah, I understand if it's not everyone's cup of tea. So you know, if you guys would like to listen in at all, please feel free. But if not, also that's fine. I understand people are gonna sleep, and this isn't exactly the best thing to say. Also, balls. Yes, he's in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
We'll
yes.
try. I mean, we'll say stuff as well, but you know, I can understand if it's still a bit scary.
Yeah, you can think of it as a podcast if you wanna listen to it, but then you know, be warned.
The way I'm going into it is a little bit like a voice drama. You know, it's like at least that's sort of my mindset to it.
Yeah.
Excuse me. I'm gonna get some water. You guys can chat for a little bit first.
Yeah. Okay. We didn't really miss much. All we know, Sage, all we know is that our group of friends, all the girls, right? They're all sus. They're all fucking suspicious. And it's sad. Especially Neon and Rena. They are fucking killers, I swear. So, yo, Ralph. Yes, I'm very sleepy. I, I, I slept the entire day. I skipped lunch. I slept from morning and I woke up at like fucking 7:30 p.m. and I was like, what the fuck happened? But I'm still so tired because I slept too much. They're all sus. Ain't no way. Yes, way. They are all sus, and we're gonna die very soon. And so is this man on screen. This Friday's manager-looking man.
I swear to God, they're fucking burning the kitchen down.
Wait, they're burning it again? What's
They're,
happening?
no, they're trying to cook chickens, but I think it's a little bit. It's a little. I don't know. It's very smoky.
Bro, what?
This is very smoky as well. It's actually really, really smoky.
Open the windows.
Yeah, everything's open now. I'm drinking water. Oh, okay.
It's literally delicious in Japanese.
Yeah. Actually, I think
Oishi.
right. His name actually means large rock. O ishi, if I'm not
Oh,
mistaken. Yeah, let me
yeah.
get the kanji for it.
Like oishi is like one O. Oishi. And big
Yeah,
rock.
if I'm not mistaken. At least I think it's the same. Yeah, it is. It's like big rock.
What?
Oh shit. Yeah. Oh shit.
Oh shit.
Yeah, that's what he's gonna say right before the end.
Mm-mm.
Okay, cool. I'm ready. Be sure to take it easy. I'm sorry for throwing all this at you while you're taking the day off because you're sick. I didn't really give any sort of response. I'll always be on your side. If anything, believe that. I'll be off now. And that's the last we ever heard of
Yep.
him. The tires crunched over the dirt as the car made a U-turn and disappeared into a cloud of kicked up dust. It felt like I was watching a boat only throwing me a lifesaver in shark-infested waters before disappearing into the distance. That was the first time I thought Oishi-san was being unfair. Telling me I was going to be the next victim, then just saying to contact him if something happened. This wasn't a criminal investigation. He was fishing. And I was just a bait dangling off the line. Would the fish be the perpetrator? Or was it really just Oyashiro-sama's curse? Either way, the bait would be swallowed whole. Damn it. I don't want to die. For some time, I could do nothing but stare at the puddle of water left behind by the AC from the car.
Mm.
I wonder how much time had passed since I laid down. It was getting dark outside.
Mm.
My body was soaked in sweat. It would probably be a good idea to change my sheets. At that moment, the phone downstairs rang. It was probably Mom. Mom was quite the worrywart. Maybe she had called many times, but I just didn't notice it. Also, what are you guys saying? Tsuka has yellow hair. There's a Saiyan. Shit,
Bruh.
my secret's out. I'm actually a Saiyan. Damn it! How did you know? I reached this form when I was training in the hyperbolic time chamber. But I thought you guys would recognize me because I had yellow hair. Anyway. Fact for real, for real.
For real.
Hello, this is the Maibara residence.
I don't know who this is, but he's
I
alive.
think it's a
Hello. Oh,
Oh, it's Mion.
he's alive. Hello, this is Mion. How you doing?
Hmm? Is this one of KH's friends? KH's resting now, but shall I put him on?
Huh? Is this his dad? Sorry.
Idiot! You fell for it.
Huh? Kei-chan.
After our exchange, we both had a good laugh together. Except I was suspicious of her even as we were laughing. Was everybody really involved in those incidents? The fact that I couldn't say no saddened me.
I'm relieved that you seem well. Rena was really worried, you know?
Uh-huh.
Satoko-chan was happy and said you got what you deserved. Rika-chan said, how unfortunate he's sick.
Looks like everyone's making a big deal out of it.
It's a good idiot button. Yeah, the way he says idiot is great.
I don't... When?
Like,
Huh?
idiot. Yeah, let me see it.
Stupid.
I want a button that says that. It's like how Ra wants a button of me saying moist, and I'm like, I don't say that now. Okay.
I still don't really know how I said idiot, but anyway.
Stupid.
Stupid.
Well, you know, so Kei-chan, is now a bad time to come pay you a visit?
A visit? No, it's okay. It's not like I'm dying.
My grandma made a ton of mochi, you see. I was told to share them, so I'll bring you some.
You know, you'll catch my cold.
Idiots can't catch cold. Oh god. Not to worry, but Ren and I are too stupid to catch a cold. The irony in that line.
Yeah.
See ya! Be there in bed.
She hung up cheerfully. Rena's coming too?
Sweats.
That's what it sounded like. I was so concerned about meeting Rena, but I guess if she was with Mion.
You're both gonna stab him.
Yep.
And hide his body. There are actually 8 eyes on stream, not wrong.
Yeah. Because we're all wearing glasses, right? We have 4 eyes there. I heard the doorbell 10 minutes later.
Oh. How are you feeling? Did you take your medicine and rest?
I did just that.
Thank goodness you look well. I was worried.
Sorry. I'll be fine by tomorrow. Mihan showed a complete lack of concern for someone who was recovering, and Rena looked like she was worried about me from the bottom of her heart.
Uh-huh.
It didn't look like there was anything behind those expressions.
I thought we might hang out for a bit, but it looks like you're not quite in the condition for it.
Hmm? You don't say? See, my face appeared a bit sullen.
And here, Keiichi-kun. You saw the mochi Mi-chan's grandma made.
Rena held out the package wrapped in newspaper. There might be about 5 in here. It's quite hefty. Ah, thanks. Send my regards to your grandma, Mion.
Yep. There's one that made in there as well. I wonder if Keiichi-kun can guess which one. I poisoned him.
I kind of have a bad feeling about this. It's like...
This is Kei-chan's homework since he missed the club meeting today. There are letters on each mochi, so I'll ask you tomorrow.
Were you checking if I was feeling better, or did you just come here for club activities?
Oh, I guess this.
Yeah.
Yep, looking fine. Guess you'll be able to make it tomorrow.
Man, what are you gonna do if my fever comes back because of your shenanigans?
Chad, we shouldn't be making such a racket. Let's go. The other people here will get angry.
Both of them thought my parents were home. It was because the entrance to it was a mess.
You're right. Let's get going. By the way, Kei-chan.
Yeah?
We saw you come off the police car.
Yeah, right.
Oh shit.
Oh.
What did you eat for lunch?
The sudden question startled me, and I went wide-eyed when I saw Mion.
She know. They know, bro. That's why they both came.
Yeah. Uh-oh. I had never seen her like that. It was a highly unsettling visage. But why is she asking me about what I ate for lunch? What she said was so inane, it was almost meaningless. The way she said it, it was almost like she didn't care at all what I ate. I ate out? She must have suspected I was with Oishi-san. Anyway, I felt that if I hesitated or tried to change the subject, that I'd be too deep into it. So I tried answering as quickly as possible. Except, contrary to the efforts that I had made, there was a pause before he replied.
So you ate out for lunch, Keiichi-kun?
The mirror from Rena's eyes had changed at some point as well. It was now sharp, as if to make me feel the feigned ignorance behind her words even more. As if she already knew. That's how it looked to me.
Well, was it good?
Why are you asking me this?
I can actually hear the cold sweat in your voice.
Yes. Yes. Good. Mia was speaking in an unusually low tone. Almost as if she knew that I'd eaten at the restaurant in town. No, I'm overthinking this.
Well, yeah, no shit. The entire village saw you get out of a fucking fancy ass car in front of your fucking house.
I mean, both of them should have been in school at lunchtime. There was no way they could have known where I was.
Seems you were with a rather austere-looking older guy. Who was he?
Flop. The package with the mochi I was holding slipped out of my hands. I could tell the blood had drained from my face, making me go pale.
Oh, Keiichi-kun? Who was he? Could it be a person from before? I wonder.
I could feel the back of my throat going dry.
Mia, you're not gonna believe this, but he's my sugar daddy. No, you can't say that.
It was no longer a bluff. Trying to get through this, man. You knew everything? How do you know that? It took everything I had to finally force those words from my throat. My knees were shaking. Don't say it.
Because...
Oh, that's me on site.
Because there's nothing this old man doesn't know.
Mia sneered knowingly, and her laugh seemed to carry on forever.
Oh,
Wait, Kei-chan is... Yeah, it's Mion.
It's Mia.
so Kei-chan, what did you talk about? It seems like you got pretty worked up over it too.
We were talking about you guys.
Fucking...
Guys are dumbass. Stop it. It didn't have anything to do. It didn't have anything to do with you or Rena.
Uh-huh.
Isn't it a bit strange to hear our names come up even though nobody asked about that?
Rena's unwavering gaze pierced through my eyes and peered further inside me. I dug my own grave.
No shit.
My heart was throbbing so much, it felt like I was going to explode.
Well, whatever you're trying to hide, this old man already sees through it all. Remember that.
I couldn't even shake my head. It took everything I had to stop my teeth from chattering. She never let her gaze break from mine, even as she tilted her head slightly.
Keiichi-kun, you don't look so good. I think you should lie down. That's true. We should both head back home.
As if nothing had happened, they both giggled at each other and started making their way out. I hadn't moved a muscle since I had dropped the package of mochi. As they left, the door slowly closed behind them. All I could do was stare, as if I couldn't move until the door was completely closed. Just as the door was just about to get closed, it opened again slightly, with a sudden creak, setting my heart racing once again. A single eye appeared in through that narrow slit, and Mion's hawkish gaze peered at me once again.
You, Kei-chan.
Yeah.
I'd hate it if you miss school tomorrow. Alright?
God. The door closed. I wasn't able to move a muscle, even after their low laughter died off into the distance, and silence once again enveloped the room. Coming back to my senses, the first thing I did was lock the door. They knew what Oishi-san and I talked about?
Well, yeah, you were pretty fucking loud.
Yeah, right? Actually.
They have eyes everywhere.
Why? How? No, that wasn't important. Thinking about it now, all of it could have been overheard from the beginning when Oishi-san met me. Just as Mion said, I couldn't hide anything. Then, what were they trying to tell me? That part was obvious. They were warning me not to say anything unnecessary. What did they deem unnecessary? I only talked with Oishi-san about one thing, and they were warning me that that was unnecessary. What was it that Oishi-san talked to me about? The incidents involving Oyashiro-sama's curse that occurred every year weren't individual cases, but they were connected as a whole, as well as the fact that there may be multiple perpetrators hidden within Hinamizawa. No, more precisely, then Mion, Rena, Satoko, and Nika-chan were all suspicious. Is that what they were warning me against? What kind of nonsense am I thinking about?
Imagine if Satoko, like, you think she's the victim from all her fucking relatives and family dying off. Imagine if Satoko was in it. Satoko wants her family fucking dead.
Yeah, potentially. Yeah.
What the fuck did you just post?
Drow?
Rao?
Drow? I just called you Drow. Sorry, Drowsy Drow.
It's big. Yeah.
Yes. Anyway. I hit my own face hard enough that I allowed a loud slap. If only that would wake me up from this nightmare. But for some reason, it felt like I was punching a blanket. It was almost laughably painless. Calm down, Keiichi Maebara. When did I become such a pessimist?
When you met them?
Calm down. Calm down. Settle down and sort things out. The reason Mion knew I was eating lunch with Oishi-san was probably because somebody from Hinamizawa just happened to be there at the time. They must have told Mion that I was there.
Also, Sage, you can't just cop other mods out like that, okay?
But that made the most sense. Plus, coming to think of it, she didn't ask me where I ate lunch, did she?
What did you eat for lunch?
She only asked, was it good? They were just curious as I was together with someone not from Hinamizawa. It's not as if they had any ulterior motives.
Uh-huh.
How's this guy in the... I guess it's because they're friends. Never mind.
That's it. That has to be it.
So,
Man's trying to fucking justify everything. Also, yes, I do see it, yeah.
Kobe. Go.
Meow. Mo.
Meow.
Mo.
Okay, good. Good boy. Now drink water.
Yeah.
This
Ready-
guy is
ready to go when you are.
on.
Hmm?
This guy's on high copium. He's just like sniffing copium right now. Like it's not like they were hurting
It?
him.
That's it. That has to be it, right? You know,
Right.
panic.
Panic.
Thinking about it that way, it was the same with Rena. I was just being strangely ambiguous about when I met Oichi-san, and Rena was just correcting me on that. That's when I was bewildered by the change in character from the usual my better bet Rena, and I was just startled by it.
Like that they change character is saying something,
Yeah.
no?
Saying something, you know. That's the most natural way of thinking about it. It felt like my mind was mixed up like a tangled mess of spaghetti.
Yummy.
Deep red marinara sauce would have poured out of my nose and ears if you squeezed my head.
Not wrong.
Huh?
What?
Thinking that, I suddenly felt like vomiting. I really didn't want that to happen, so I stopped holding my head. Lately, I had no idea what anyone was saying. Spending time with them was fun. It didn't feel like there was any sort of hidden agenda. I really do think that they're a good bunch of people. And I just moved here and couldn't make heads or tails of everything. They were really kind to me. Rena was really kind and always looked after me. As long as that strange affliction didn't rear its ugly head, she was really pretty cute. Mion is also a really good person. She didn't care about anyone's age or gender, and she was optimistic and outgoing. I was never bored when I was with her. And talking of not getting bored, Rambunctious Satoko was a good person for that too. She was pretty bratty, but that was just the way she interacted with others. Rika-chan was the same way. She didn't speak often, but that didn't mean she was always silent. They're my friends. But after hearing of the better untold secrets of Hinamizawa from Oishi-san and Tomitake-san, when I was told about Oyashiro-sama's curse, things started going crazy. Then hearing from Oishi-san that Mion, Rena, Satoko, and Nika-chan were all suspicious.
Wait, what? Sorry.
You're good. After that, everyone changed. That's right. It all started getting weird after Oishi-san told me all that weird stuff. At that time, I really should have just not listened to those weird stories. I even shouldn't have heard about the past incidents from Tomitake-san the night of the Watanagashi.
Curiosity indeed killed the cat.
Yep. If I just hadn't gotten that strange sense of curiosity. If I just hadn't. That's right. So that's why they killed Tomitake-san.
Hey, fuck.
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
I was like, killed.
I like how you like, I killed. you knew.
Thanks for Haidichi.
I need more water. Actually, give me 2 of this. Sorry.
Sorry, you're reading a lot of it. Fucked. Yeah. I mean, why did they already mentioned like killing and murder and stuff like that? Why did they put asterisk for kill? That's like implying that it's fuck. It's implying that he said fuck. Me next? Okay, you wanna die by their hands? Feel free, go right ahead because I don't. Sure, you wanna be fucked over by a couple of yanderes? I don't think it looked pretty. Come myself. This fuck? It does not. Where does it say fuck? It's just a bunch of asterisks. They're psychos. Yes, don't put your dick in crazy. Haven't you been taught that? Kinda cute. Wow, no. Don't do it. There are cute exteriors there to ensnare you. Don't do it. Don't get tempted, guys. I know they're cute, but god damn it. They're about to fucking stab you in the moment you turn around.
Uh-huh.
What?
What was that? What were you guys talking about?
Sage was saying like fuck the Ayo me next, and I was like, no, they're crazy. What the fuck? You're not even gonna get SU straight debuffs, bruh.
Debuffs? Yeah,
you're gonna
the
gain
debuff of death.
you're gonna gain 4 stalkers, bro.
You know what? You know what's gonna happen when that happens? You're gonna get CC'd. Fucking the best CC of all, death. Right? It ain't debuffs. It's just straight up.
It's straight up dead. Next thing.
It don't matter how cute they are. If they're stalker, maybe don't. You know.
Don't stick your dick in crazy, man. That's the number one. Ain't no way.
Just fear 24/7. Yeah, he just terrified 24/7.
I don't think you will want to live like that, bro.
Oh yeah. That's right. So that's why they killed Tomitake-san. That impudent outsider speaking to the likes of me after everybody went out of their way to keep it a secret from me.
Wow, he's really living the now. You're an outsider too, fucker.
Yeah. They'll probably kill Oishi-san as well.
The thing is, I don't know why do you put an asterisk. They've
yeah, no,
mentioned,
it's
murder,
it took me a second to register.
mutilation.
That's not F, it's K. It's like they're probably Oishi-san as well.
Probably fuck Oishi.
That's fucked up, right? Considering that they're all like, very, very well underage.
As in, it's like the figurative way of saying like the other meaning, it's like,
They probably fuck up Oishi-san as well.
Yeah,
it's like,
it's like the same meaning as get fucked.
Yeah.
It's not the actual meaning.
They'll probably kill Oishi-san as well for trying to unearth what everybody was warning me was better left buried.
That meant no tales.
Besides that, he was unforgivable for spewing words that made me doubt the others.
This bitch is high.
Of course, a guy like me that's gonna. Just use the damn word. Of course, a guy like that is gonna be killed. I'm so sorry. Anyway. Both Tomitake-san and Oishi-san were nothing but outsiders after all. They were entities who couldn't coexist with the people of Hinamizawa. Those guys should just fall to Oyashiro-sama's curse and just die.
Why is it censored? You get like the fucking game mention about like mutilate, like gory ass stuff, and then suddenly they say die. They said die before. I don't understand why they're censoring that shit.
It wasn't their fault. It was my fault for not being able to hold back my curiosity.
Low-key gaslighting.
Yeah, well, it wasn't their fault. It wasn't their fault.
Of course, yes.
It wasn't their fault. It wasn't their fault.
Soundboard?
I settled into a daze, It was a lethargic feeling, like I just gotten up, but the ominous chill that haunted me had subsided. I was fine now. I was no longer frightened. I had completely recovered. I'll go to school. I'll go to school tomorrow. Right as rain.
Are you enjoying it? It's
Hey, Nika.
great.
You're welcome in. I'm having fun of it a lot. I'm having a lot of fun of it. I'm getting really excited with all the mystery and all the,
It's
the scary stuff that's
scary.
happening right now.
Scary.
The both of us actually haven't really like. Well, we don't know Higurashi at all. So we haven't watched the anime. We haven't seen any or played any of the VODs beforehand. So this is like a first time for us. So I'm getting really excited.
Thanks for the like, Sept. Come back with the studies.
Oh yeah, Gamba Zeph. Yeah, see you when I see you, Zeph.
Having fun with that.
Yeah, there are a few censored words that we just couldn't somehow get. We default to other words, sadly, but anyway. But yes, I'll greet everyone. I'll take part in the club activities. It'll definitely be fun. It had to be fun. I was one of them after all. Ah, that reminds me. I need to eat those mochi. I hope I'm able to tell which one Rena made. I remember the homework the two brought with them when they visited me. But wow, our club did delivery? That was something else. I picked up the package I dropped on the floor and headed into the living room. It would be nice, I guess, to have some tea with it. To fill my mouth with mochi while drinking tea. Oh, this was quite a delectable situation I was in. Opening up the newspaper wrapping, there were 5 plumped red bean paste mochi fit snugly inside.
Sounds so cute.
There were letters written from left to right on the newspaper. A, B, C, D, and E.
The newspaper is gonna be like.
Yeah, something.
Oh boy.
Now then. They said Rena made one of these. I wonder which one.
Oh my god.
There wasn't much difference in how they looked. They smelled and appeared about the same.
Newspaper.
This was a pretty difficult problem. The biggest difference was probably their shape. I wasn't sure what kind of Mion's grandma it was. Sorry. I wasn't sure what kind of person Mion's grandma was. But Rena's had to be different from hers. Looking carefully, I could see that one mochi was made very neatly. So well that, just by staring at it, one could tell it stood out. It looks like this challenge depends on whether or not this one is Rena's. Count down and think even harder. Mion had said her grandma made a ton of them, and was told to give some out, if I remember correctly. So that meant 4 of these were from that large batch. Then what about Rena? She probably only made one. So she probably spent quite a bit of time on it. Meaning, the one that Rena had made was this one, E. For a moment I thought it may have been a trap Mion laid as she knew how to pick up on it, but that probably wasn't the case. I wouldn't be so sure if I knew Mion had made it, but since she had said Rena made it, it probably wasn't a trap. Alright, my tea's ready too. I'll start with the defending champ, Mion's grandma. Let's see. Oh, but not bad. The smooth bean paste and soft chewy texture left that little to be desired. The tea I drank afterwards also accentuated the experience.
Yummy. I could go for some right now.
Yeah, right, honestly. This was an exquisite piece of work. Now, how about Rena's?
It's poisoned.
The creation was so delicate, one could think it was a high-class Japanese dessert. Since I normally had quite the appetite, I was slightly worried about the size of the portion. But, well, first, a bite. This is quite a difficult one to judge, actually. The ingredients were exactly the same, so there was little difference in the flavor. All was different was how it was shaped at the end, so it was to be expected. So the deciding factors would be presentation and volume. The well-formed and well-sized champion versus Rena the challenger, but with a size you just couldn't get enough of. I'd only had one bite of Rena's. I would probably have to wait until after I was done eating to make my decision. Maybe there was something hidden inside that could cause an upset. No. It seems my prediction was right. My tongue touched something. It didn't feel like something edible, so I reached in with my fingers and grabbed it.
It's a knife? A blade?
What? What was this? Before I could fully comprehend what it was, I threw away the rest of the mochi I was eating as fast as I could. It slammed against the wall, causing the bean jam to splatter. Then, after sticking for a moment, it slid down to the floor.
Like a blade?
I was dumbstruck by my own actions. What was I doing? Rena had gone out of her way to make it for me. How could I? Dumbstruck, I looked down at the hand that I performed such a vile act. Then I remembered what I had taken out of my mouth. At first, I thought it was a hair. Even though it was shorter than Mion's, Rena's hair was still quite long. And it wasn't this short. It was also a bit too hard to be hair. It was thick enough to roll around on my tongue. There was a bit of a metallic sheen on one end of it. Ah, yes. There was a hole for where the thread goes through, like it was a sewing needle. Yes, that's right. It looked very much like a sewing needle. Exactly like one.
Oh, but it's just a needle.
The end was pointed as well. Quite sharply.
Jesus.
It really did look just like a sewing needle. Huh? What did I mean by it looked very much like a sewing needle just a bit ago? I couldn't answer. But a voice inside me already knew, and let me know by chattering my molars together. I couldn't stave off the terror welling up inside me. Suddenly, I tasted something metallic. I felt a prickling pain at the back of my throat. I stuck my finger in the back of my mouth and felt around to see if I was bleeding. Suddenly, I felt the urge to vomit. The sharp taste of bile irritated the back of my throat. I clasped both hands over my mouth, and after writhing in agony, I was somehow able to hold back the nausea.
Thank you so much for the follow, Nico.
Thank you so much for the follow, Nico.
Yeah.
I was finally able to breathe normally again, but this time my heart was intensely throbbing. Then, it finally registered. Exactly what was mixed in with the mochi. Before I could think of the correct word, my hands were already on the move. Splat. Plop. A splort. I tossed the rest of the mochi against the wall. The geometrical patterns of the scattered bean jam on the wall suddenly invoked a terrible omen in my mind. After looking away, I dashed out to the hall and flew upstairs to my room, where I stayed until my covers until morning. I clutched my own shoulders, howling madly in a mix of fear, anger, sadness, and frustration. This wasn't a threat or a warning or reminder. Nothing as simple as that. What had happened in Hinamizawa? What is happening in Hinamizawa? What would happen? I didn't know the answer to any of those questions. Where did I break a taboo? Regardless, now Nana and Mion, and the others, they considered me an enemy. And they thought I should just die. I won't let you kill me. Not for such a pointless reason. I fell into a restless sleep as I was crushed by my own negative emotions. It was as if I was being drawn into a billowing, bottomless marsh. I'd hide in my covers as well. Honestly, I would as well.
Yeah.
I'd probably run. I guess run. Like, fuck that, I'm out.
Part of me is like, I would want to tell my parents. My parents would probably think I'm crazy.
Show them the mochi! With the, you know.
Yeah, but you threw the mochi to the fucking thing. To the
Ah,
wall.
true. Yeah, true.
Oh, it
Damn.
has the achievement hard to swallow, and the needle is like
Oh boy.
packed neatly inside the mochi.
That's crazy.
They were out to kill him. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Imagine if he actually swallowed the needle. Boop. There goes his throat. By the end of this, he's dead.
View the tips here.
What? Oh yeah. New tips.
Yeah, by the end of this. Yeah.
What's it?
If there's any reporter, either I think it's you. So.
Yeah. It's my turn. Sorry for making you read the entire. Oh.
No.
Oh.
Okay. Let's cut to the chase. Is there a drug that causes someone to kill themselves?
I can't tell who is who though. With the one asking the
I'm
questions.
pretty sure that he's the one asking, and then someone else. It's fine.
Yeah.
We'll roll over for now.
Not directly, no.
That's quite a roundabout response. You're saying there's one that does it indirectly?
Something that puts you into a suicidal mental state like that.
That's hard to say. What would a suicidal mental state be?
Like a person with a serious bipolar disorder. It's believed that people are most likely to attempt suicide when swinging from depression to mania. Clinical depression and bipolar disorder are different. Clinical depression indicates a prolonged state of depression, whereas bipolar disorder is characterized by a passive depressed state accompanied by a very active manic state.
I learned this in psychology class. Wow.
Individuals with clinical depression suffer from low self-esteem and are quite pessimistic, but rarely commit suicide. Seems familiar? They do not have the willpower to commit suicide. Nor does mania on its own lead to suicide. That has an opposite effect, filling the person with confidence and making them feel as though they're walking on air. Thus, they do not commit suicide.
That's interesting. Neither state causes suicide, but when the condition changes, they might do so.
There is a desire to commit suicide when in a state of depression, but they do not have the willpower to commit such a formidable act. But when they enter mania, they gain a burst of willpower, and their body moves as they desire.
I see. So it means that they gain the willpower to commit suicide.
I don't know why it sounds like it's like, oh damn, I want to die, and then suddenly you get really high, be like, oh hell yeah, you know what? Fuck it, I'm gonna go. I'm just like Monka-esque.
I mean, it's like when people get amped up to do something, right? I guess it's the same feeling. It's like
Yeah.
you know, it's like when they say like bungee jumping, you gotta work up the courage to do it. You know, it's almost like that, I guess.
Yeah. That's how it goes. That's why patients are given sedatives during that time to keep them from acting on their impulses.
Then was Tomitake bipolar?
People who suffer from bipolar disorder generally commit suicide by more civilized means, like say hanging or jumping off a building. Self-harm as though going through withdrawal is completely different.
Tomitake's death wasn't civilized. Someone would think it was caused by some foreign substance. As I said from the start, tell me of a drug that causes someone to commit suicide.
There are reports that methamphetamine. Okay, overdoses produce a condition that resembles bipolar disorder. It's a stimulant. Barbiturate overdoses are also reported to cause erratic behavior. That's a sleep aid.
There are no signs of stimulants. Are there any other possibilities?
All I can think of is that it's some sort of illness. Something like Graves' disease, which affects the thyroid and is known to cause symptoms that resemble bipolar disorder. But Graves' disease has many characteristic symptoms of its own. The deceased exhibited none of them.
I wonder if there's something that could happen more spontaneously. Something that fits this case. It would cause someone to want to commit suicide all of a sudden. Bless you. Bless you. Bless you.
Excuse me.
You alright?
Yeah, I'm regular then.
I'm familiar with organic mental disorders. In short, it's a condition where the brain is out of whack due to physical injury or illness. It can be caused by drugs, but it can also be caused by physical trauma, encephalitis, a stroke, or even tumors.
Basically, even without a drug, one can succumb to an irregular mental state.
Yes, the deceased was surrounded after being chased, and his life was in danger, right? All that stress could have messed with his brain chemistry, could have hit his head, and those factors combined might have caused him to mutilate himself. It's a possibility.
Could you explain it to me in simpler terms?
Emergency? Why, you gonna send me another fucking cat gift picture? Sorry, I ain't gonna I can't see it till the end of the stream.
An emergency. Okay. The cat.
Yeah, it's a fucking cat.
Cat's got fucking what's it, yogurt on his face. Oh, that's cute.
That's cute.
Thank you, Sage. Thank you. I'm glad you let me know it was an emergency. Wait, who's this? What? Could you explain it to me in simpler terms? Okay, and then
is this me?
I think it was you, yeah.
Ha ha ha. Basically, he knocked his knob.
Basically, he knocked his knob
in the brawl and then he go haywire.
Then this lady didn't have any intent to kill. Just smacked him in a bad place and need to nick some change.
Two plump men laughed hoarsely. But of course it's not like that.
Undoubtedly.
If it was habitual drug use, if it was something mental, the deceased's body holds the key. How are things on your end?
Oh my goodness, look at the time. What is this? I need to get snack soon or Kuma-chan will get angry with me.
Oh yeah, good luck. Best wishes.
Best wishes.
It's like, how things on your end? Oh, well, will you look at the time? I gotta go. I'm like,
yeah, I gotta go. But yeah, how things are your end? Oh, threat. Ooh, okay, there we go.
What? Bruh.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Can't catch a break.
Those guys just now. They had national diet badges. Then his prefectural assembly member and city councilor Sonozaki.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh wait, I can't tell who's.
I think this is me now. Before that was you.
Okay.
That's interesting. The prefectural assembly member and city councilor are related.
It's dirty. Oh wait, no, that's you.
No, I think it's me.
Oh my.
It's dirty is what it is. Shouting out each other's name during elections.
Talking about time, have you heard about the hungry clock? It went back for a sec. Went back for a second. Cause he's just twitching from like, God, a joke.
It's dirty is what it is. Shouting out each other's names during elections. Well, well, one is up for election, the other one holds an assembly, and they double up their campaign activities. Blatantly.
I don't know much about this stuff, but isn't that against the rules of the election?
As long as they have no prior consultation, there are no restrictions on their political activities. Kuma-chan, the investigation division is going to be pretty tough for you. You should at least brush up on election policies.
I'm not suited for the intelligence division because I'm an idiot. Oh shit, because I'm dumb. You actually said it. Oh. There was prefectural assembly member Sonozaki and city council. Wait, what? Oh, they're both Sonozaki?
Yeah, they're both Sonozaki.
Also, the mayor of Hinamizawa. All of them involve the Sonozaki family. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Mion is you know what is happening? Rena kills, what? Mion covers up.
Yeah, probably.
All of them involve the Sonozaki. What crap? Looks like can't tell.
Sorry. Looks like they were seen off by the department chief and the deputy chief.
It came to me that night when the chief invited me along to get some.
Oh wait, this is me.
That's you?
Yeah, this is fucking Oishi-san. Oh my god. That night, when the chief invited me along to get some Oden, I thought that was it.
Oden! You
have a lot of connections, so you might have heard something. Did you?
Is this not?
I don't even know anymore.
Everything into stamina, bro. No, not a thing.
Ma'am, ma'am, I'll take a tofu fritter and a fish cake.
I want to eat Oden.
Yeah, same. A counselor barked at me in the police chief's stead.
Oh my, is that so? Ma'am, I'll take another bowl.
Prefectural Assembly member Sonozaki and a city councilor Sonozaki were both intimidating. Our snot-nosed career police chief couldn't even handle being yelled at by them. They're like Yakuza. A petition of your name came up regarding how the investigation of the Hinamizawa incident is being handled.
Goodness me.
Wait.
I'm not the faintest. Oh wait, yo, no,
I spin it around. God damn! I hate the way this is actually being structured.
No need to play dumb. You're reopening the past cases regarding Hinamizawa, aren't you?
I've already got my hands full with Tomitake-san's death, actually.
Really? If that's true, then there's no problem.
There was a period of silence. While we were silent, we had headway on our food and drink. Ooh, that was quite the feast. This must have been a bunch of losses for me, so my wallet was feeling the pinch. Much appreciated.
Nah, it's nothing. Tell me a good horse again. I bet on the same one as you.
I haven't been doing well there lately. I haven't been able to read the horses at all. Taxi! Oh, for fuck's sake! I can't, when it comes to these guys, I can't really tell.
It's hard to tell.
Do you know what? I just voiced both of them. It's fine. Oh, I don't know. We can identify. It's fine. Anyway. I'm going by train. The police chief is taking a taxi. I have my own car, but it'd be rash to drive it home. Can't blow it right before retirement with a DUI. Even though he could still rattle off, it looked like his legs were ready to goo. Pushing him into the cab, I gave the driver the police chief's address.
Well, see you again tomorrow. Happy New Year. Oh wait, no. Hot.
It's so hard.
Oh my
Go.
god. Oh, she said.
Yeah.
The past incidents have all been closed. Stop lumping them all together. Those villagers half believe it's really a curse. Curse.
Well, I'm not convinced.
You're going to be retiring next year, aren't you? Aren't you going to pay off your mortgage with your pension and move up to Hokkaido with your mom?
Mother pines to return to the land of her birth. That's the least I can do. And a pension. Well, it'll let me enjoy myself in Tsukino.
The police chief may issue a special retirement salary raise, he says.
A public servant's pension is calculated based on their monthly salary. So if you were to get a raise right before retirement, your bonus to your salary would be inflated. And you get a heavy surplus of funds. That tends to be how it's done around here. Of course, I'm not accustomed to start off highly. The difference between the bonus and the pension is quite a bit. I'd expect nothing less exemplary from our egghead chief.
Cop who's retiring soon, that's not a good omen. Yep, he's dead.
Yep, it's...
He said he's gonna retire before the the festival, so that he won't die, because usually people die during the festival. But I swear to God, this guy's gonna die early. I swear, before he can move in with his mom, like move out with his mom, he's gonna.
It's gonna be like another another situation, you know, the anime. It's actually gonna be like that.
Yeah. No way,
Yeah.
bro.
But, well, they say our salary is compensation for our hard work, but in the end, it really just has to do with the passage of time. That's not something I can laugh at, but I'll laugh through it anyway.
I don't think it's anything exemplary, but given how hard you've worked, it's not odd that you're getting that much of a pension. I like to get that much myself.
Well, if I can get it, well, of course I'd want it.
Hanging lid in my BG. Oh. Never so nice. You'll get it. You're an adult, after all.
Sorry for holding you up here, driver. Thank you very much. I closed the door roughly, interrupting the chief's conversation a bit rudely. It looked like the chief had something to say, but he just smiled wryly and waved. I waved in return.
Wait, when he left off? Oh.
The cab sped up gradually, and soon disappeared among the sea of lights. Oh, man. I wonder if I really can repay that loan.
Well.
Chief was trying to fucking, warn him, threaten him, caution him. Don't get too close. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of muffled footsteps stopped in front of the door to my room. A moment of silence, as if whomever they belonged to was ascertaining if I was inside. Of all the things I should have been doing, continued on with my restless slumber. I was very much conscious, but my body hadn't caught up yet. Even with danger bearing down on me from just beyond the door, it was as if I was completely paralyzed, unable to move. Without a doubt, this was sheer terror. Please, just leave. Hey, why isn't my body awake yet? If they came into my room right now, then...
Arigatou. Thank you so much for the raider access. Thank you. Hit that. Oh, thank you. Hit that raid. Thanks.
You watched. Maybe Karma knew more than he told the police earlier. If Karma can't I talk to him now? He might get some additional clues. Or, if the syndicate spots us, my cover's blown. We're hosed. I can't stick around my...
Interesting. It's already all clear. The Iron Jesus has spoken. But yes, thank you so much for the welcome in. We're just reading through a horror game. I hope your stream went well. Playing, what were you playing?
Yeah, the Somnium Files.
I've never heard of it. What's it about?
I've only heard of it. I don't actually know what it's about though, sadly. We can watch the VOD later and see if it's see what it's about then.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much for coming. I hope you enjoy your stay. We're just reading. So, well, it's just mostly him reading. I'm here to voice act people, but there's no people, just narration. So, yep. You know, my most adventure be about solving murders of people cut in half by going into dreams. Oh, yo.
That does sound pretty good actually.
One day, if we're ever done with Higurashi, it's like 8 chapters, and it takes so long to finish like 1 chapter. God.
We'll see. We'll see how well we'll see how far it can go for Higurashi. If not, maybe we'll do like a bit of a side thing. Well, that'd be really cool to actually try and experience.
Yeah.
I'm glad it went well for you though, Raxus.
Yeah, I'm glad it went well. If you're tired and all, because I know how it feels like from raids, feel free to go rest, go get whatever you need, get food, get water. Hey, you can just put this in the background, like audiobooks. Almost 1 AM for me. Yeah, then you should probably rest. Shout out to best boy Tsuka VA. Indeed. He's been carrying. He's been just reading this entire time. I feel so bad.
I mean, like, you know, for those of you guys who aren't sure what we're doing, we're just going through the first chapter of Higurashi right now, and we're on chapter 9 of the first chapter. So we've been going for a while now. We're doing this for a few weeks, but it's been fun. But yeah, Araxis, you know, thanks for the raid again. And if it's 1 AM for you, please, you know, go get yourself into bed and comfy. And rested, you know. But yes.
Did you hydrate?
I did not. Actually, I'll take this time to actually go and get a little bit more water and go to the toilet. Also, hey Finn. Sorry. I'll try to be quick. So yes.
I take time. How you doing? Hi, Finn. Hi. Yes, it is. It is the times we are just chilling. I'm basically doing nothing. Because he has to read everything. Because he's in charge of narration. In the meantime, let me find another dad joke. Thank you. I appreciate it. Asuka, he did the latest tier. I need to scream at the music with someone. I don't think he did. I don't think he's been playing Final Fantasy recently. Wow. As far as I know. You could ask him later though. I assume the music's really good. Oh shit. Bruh, what happened? I actually clicked and it was a smack sound. Oh, by the way, yeah, what's up? I wrote a song about Tatsuya. Actually, it's a rap. Oh my god. That's really good. It's a rap. I haven't seen you, Finn. You're cool. Oh my god. Thank you, Finn. You're cool too. Thank you so much for seeing it. I want to say I'm cool, but I'm more cold. I need someone to hold my hands. You know, this entire time that I was just sitting here. I was just sitting here listening to Tsuka like talk and voice act, and I have barely any lines. I just sit here was hugging my plushie and just like, yep, I'm getting real comfy. Oh,
Great. Wow. Arigatou gozaimasu. Thank you so much for the raid. Hey, Sam! Hi! It's been a while. Hi! Welcome, welcome. I hope you had a good stream. Wait, let me shout you up real quick. Okay. We're just chatting. Oh.
What do you say we ring down? No, actually, it's 11:15, and
Oh.
wait. So this is the one.
Okay, but yes, welcome in. I hope you had a good stream, Sam. Welcome, welcome. My partner on the left here is going to get water, so we are paused for right now. I hope everything is good. And if you're tired after the raid, then feel free to go get whatever you need, rest, water, food, anything at all, because your health is more important. Okay? So I'm just waiting for him to get back. I'm just hugging. I'm hugging my plushie because this game is very scary. We're basically reading a scary visual novel, and it was very like relaxing and cute at first, and now it's slowly descending into very dark things. It's not scary, says yeah, sure it isn't. After we've been through murders and mutilation and still just kids playing club games. Yeah, club games that involves clubbing, right? Like clubbing IRL people.
Also, hi, sorry.
Kairi.
Tadaima.
This song I sent is a new Tears theme. Okay, let me play it.
Oh, we're playing music right now?
Yeah, they he was
Oh, I'm assuming you mean from FF.
Yeah. If I do that?
I'm pretty sure you asked, but I haven't touched the new raid yet, so
Scary monologue from Mina or Rena to request Homelander theme song. Is that alright? Yeah, it's completely okay. No worries.
Homelander's themes? Oh, you mean from the boys?
Better turn up the volume a little bit.
Okay, sorry. Okay.
Oh. Ooh. Does it echo? I fixed it. Ooh. This music's pretty hype. This is like, wait, this is the actual boss music? Are you serious?
Good night. Good night.
Oh wait. Yeah. It's so high. Yeah. It sounds really high, especially when you're like battling a boss. I'd be like, oh my god. Right. Sorry, we're kind of distracted now. Yeah, we gotta enjoy the music, man. The boss looks pretty cool too.
boss was so rough? Really? Hmm. The boss is like all the way out there. Like, the melee unit, like, how do melee units hit those kind of bosses? Does it go through? Like when the boss is like way out of the I don't know, out of the platforms. That one dude. Yeah, straight villain. Bruh. Bruh.
That kid stole the ice cream cone from me.
Oh
I,
no.
the guy with his the guy with his leg sticking out the trash can. Yeah, no, that was me. That's the other way around. Sage, I am the victim.
I'm the victim. I swear Sage is gonna say ha L instead.
Video type it out. What?
No, I told Rao that if he wanted me to say anything over like a Homelander theme, I'd say it. Not during the stream though, Rao. Yeah. End of the stream or the next week. Yeah, exactly. Not right now. Later on.
Okay. Also, I still click left click and from like
Yeah,
the
I know. It's
black
okay.
screen earlier, and then there was like this thud, like loud thud sound, like whack.
Okay.
Uh,
So, ah! I sprung to my feet and threw my covers at my mom, who was opening the door.
whoa, Keiichi, what's the matter?
Uh, sorry. I was still half asleep. I thought it was still 1 or 2 a.m. But the morning sun was already streaming through the gap between the curtains.
Steaming through.
It felt nothing like morning. Yesterday, I must have fallen asleep right after that. Then I shouldn't have gotten the full 10 hours of rest. But it didn't feel like that at all. My internal clock was completely screwed up and my sense of balance fell off. I felt feverish enough that it was clear to me that I was still not well.
Well, Keiichi, how are you feeling? Can you make it to school?
I was well enough to go, but I wasn't mentally prepared for it. I was still plagued with the terror from yesterday. If I had swallowed that needle, what would have happened? Or what if it had pierced my tongue?
I just realized, right? He fucking threw all the mochi onto the wall.
On the wall.
And he didn't
Yeah.
clean up, so his
He didn't
mom
clean
and
up.
his parents probably be like, the fuck?
Fuck, yeah. That was undoubtedly a murderous intent. But I don't think that's all it was. If they really wanted to kill me, then there were more other certain ways to do it. They wouldn't resort to such a dubious method as having me swallow a needle. Meaning, I didn't want to believe it, but going that far was a threat from Rena and Mion.
Fucked up.
Aren't you glad you didn't die? But next time we'll have you use a more assured method. Like that. Something like sending a letter or a razor inside would have been a joke compared to this.
Did you make it to the hospital? Did you take your medicine?
Yeah. Kinda.
He's gone crazy. Yeah, honestly, I feel like I would tell. Like he. Well, I don't know. If he tells his parents about what happened, I don't think they would believe him. Which is the sad
Not to mention,
part.
it might put them in danger as well.
Or him saying like, "Can we move out?" That'd be Monka.
At that point, you become so like paranoid that you know, the people might be listening in, that of course he wouldn't say anything too willy-nilly, you know?
Yeah.
But anyway. Something about my mom's dubious gaze bothered me. She seemed more concerned about her son missing 2 days of school rather than him being sick.
Oh.
It was definitely mental
Oh.
fatigue. I wasn't really physically ill.
It'll be hard for you to get back on track once your daily routine is thrown off. Come on, get on up. They say wellness is a state of mind. Oh no. Saying consent is just a state of mind.
Oh, I heard that line many times before. I was given an award in elementary school for having perfect attendance. But it wasn't like I was healthier than everyone.
Come on, go wash your face. Breakfast is already ready. There isn't much time before Rena-chan comes and gets you.
Mom's tone meant I couldn't argue about it, so I had to give up on skipping a second day.
By the way, were you the one who got bean paste all over the living room wall, Keiichi? You shouldn't do something like that. Your father was quite angry.
I didn't feel particularly guilty for doing it, so I didn't have much of a reaction.
Monka.
Also, Mom didn't question me any further about it. That's weird. She headed back downstairs after she was certain I was getting up. What Mion said that she left yesterday. I'd hate it if you missed school tomorrow. Oh, sorry.
No,
you want-
it's fine. It's fine.
Came back and dwelled in the back of my head. What does she mean by that?
Means you're gonna die in your room if you skip school. Again.
I didn't even really have to think about it. She was saying, don't be absent. Taking that a bit further, it was the same as her saying I should go about living my life as if nothing happened. If I showed any signs of acting unusual, it would probably result in them making their move. For example, I shouldn't pay attention to someone like Oishi-san enticing me with something unusual. Meaning, if I didn't watch my mouth or did anything differently from the norm. In effect, it would end up flagging myself as someone who was not wanted. And it seems that was something that the girls didn't intend to forgive.
You know what this is?
Hmm?
This is kind of reminiscent of just like female relationships. Like you act out of the group, we're gonna fucking hunt you down.
So it's not that out of the ordinary. It's just kind of.
You act differently, you're dead. You're dead to us, literally this time. Oh no, it was so scary.
Oh, if I just went along as normal, no harm would come to me. Was that how it was going to be?
Maybe.
All that misery I experienced up until yesterday would, almost creepily, just fade away. It was an enticing deal. Just by forgetting everything I'd seen or heard these last few days, I'd be able to keep on living like normal.
Until the next Watanagashi, that is.
Yeah. There's no way such a selfish thing could.
Not a dragon. Or Thai clips. What? Oh my god.
Swallowed hard. Okay.
What? What's up?
Good one, Finn.
Yeah. He was like, bruh. That's great though. Okay.
I once again deliberated on the idea that I just rejected. Mion was probably a good person who had her friends at heart. She was giving me, who had mistakenly broken some rule of theirs, a chance. Was what I did really Really something so unforgivable. But Mia had given me another chance. She was saying, if I just forgot everything and kept living on like I had been, I'd be forgiven.
Keiichi, your fruit's gonna get cold. Hurry up and get down here. Rena will be here if you don't hurry.
I'm coming! I crammed my textbooks into my bag and hastily made my way downstairs. I picked up my somewhat bland breakfast. It seems that I didn't have that much time. It was already past when I usually met up with Rena. Given yesterday's events, she'd probably be here in the next 5 minutes.
Are you interested in pinball because you can play with mine? The fuck?
She's saying is your balls are pinballs.
Wish that's an ends with E but only has one letter inside. And
I mean, that's true. It's true. That reminds me.
That's not bad. That's not bad.
That reminds me of the joke I told Tsuka. Like what starts with T and ends with T and is full of tea. A teapot.
Yeah.
this is the Wi-Fi will alert. Okay. Enjoy. Well, Yama.
I hope you enjoy and your wife enjoys your food, brother.
I needed to be ready to head to school by then. I had to forget everything that had happened the past 2 days. Forget it all and return to my normal life. For this to be normal, I'll have to be where I normally meet up with Rena. Today of all days, the rice was dry and hard to get down. Oh, Jesus.
That scared me. My heart dropped.
I jumped at the sound and dropped my chopsticks.
I think that's all of us.
That chime signaled that Rena had arrived. Mom hurried me along.
Come on, Rena-chan's already here. Hurry, hurry.
My mother's merry smile and my gloomy face were polar opposites. Honestly, I was reluctant to see Rena, who was waiting there on the other side of the door. The Rena on the other side. Was it the Rena I knew? I couldn't keep her waiting. I needed to do things as usual.
Morning.
An invigorating greeting filtered in from across the doorway.
I came since Keiichi-kun was a bit late. Will he be okay today, I wonder?
The manner in which Rena was concerned was, without a doubt, the Rena I knew. But that was probably only if I reciprocated. Forget everything from yesterday. Pretend as though nothing had happened. Forget about the gruesome dismemberment. Forget about the mysterious deaths that happened the following years. Forget about the people falling to their death and the terminal illness and suicide and the lynching and the disappearances. Forget it. Forget all of it. Forget that Rena and Mia were scary. Of course. Forget it all. Forget about everyone. Forget about the mochi too. Forget.
I think he broke.
Rena, once again, asked to make sure.
Oh no, she's gonna be the scary here. Or not, never mind.
Can you make it to school?
Yeah. I'm fine.
Great! Then let's go. Mi-chan is waiting.
Rena showed me her usual bright smile. I couldn't find any hint of deceit in her expression. My nervousness dissipated, giving way to relief.
It paused. The music paused for like a second. I was like, "Eee!"
But you see, Satoko-chan was so insistent that she could do it.
As we were walking, Rena talked a lot about different stuff, more so than usual. Then?
Sadako-chan is so clumsy, so she failed no matter how many times she tried. Oh, he was so cute.
Everything Rena talked about was just silly nonsense, so I just replied every so often and laughed from time to time. It was a rather laid-back conversation.
Welcome back, girl.
Welcome back. We passed by one of our neighbors and they called out to us.
Oh my, Keiichi-chan and Rena-chan, aren't you two a bit late today? Mion-chan said she was going on ahead.
Uh-oh, did Mi-chan look mad, I wonder? You need to hurry up, Keiichi-kun.
As we smiled and parted ways with our neighbor, they turned back towards me and stuck out a tongue.
So looking at her acting cute now? Well, yeah. After she threatened us and put a needle in the mochi, I don't think her cute act is working.
Not expecting that, I couldn't help but crack a smile.
Ah, Keiichi-kun smiled.
Huh? What? Rena stopped and stared at me.
I was thinking that you still haven't recovered from your cold since you seemed down this morning, Keiichi-kun. But now you seem fine. Fine.
With a grin, she gently poked my cheek.
Uh-huh.
It was a bright, sincere smile. Hey, Keiichi Maebara. How could you still doubt Rena after she showed you a smile like that?
Because...
I just had a high fever up until today, and I imagined everything that I thought happened because I was bedridden and delirious. I really hoped that that was the case.
Things are gonna get more fun. Oh my god.
Yep. If God would grant me just one wish, there's only one thing I'd wish for.
That you to be alive?
I would want what had happened in the past few days. More specifically, from the night of the Watanagashi up until last night. I wanted all of that to have never happened. I wonder how many times I'd wish for these past few days. As long as Rena kept on smiling like this, I think it might just become reality. So I wanted Rena to keep on smiling. Keep on smiling.
So, Keiichi-kun. Those mochi yesterday. Did you eat them all?
It was homework.
It was homework.
That vain wish of mine was instantly shattered. My heart became palpitating. The relaxed morning mood suddenly became frigid. Rena's smile was the same as usual. Her eyes were gentle as usual.
Just say that, yep, it was delicious. Those mochi yesterday, did you eat them all?
Of course, she wasn't asking the question at face value. In other words, Rena was asking, "Did you get the message?" She was probably trying to convey that.
Keiichi-kun?
I was reluctant to give an answer. Rena stopped walking and stared deeply into my eyes. Ah, don't hesitate, Keiichi Maebara. Rena was acting the same as always, wasn't she? I need to respond in my usual way. Naturally, of course. But both my throat and mouth had gone dry, and my lips were stuck together. Hurry and answer, Keiichi. Not that much time had passed. I could still keep the conversation going naturally. I had to say something quickly.
Eh?
Rena playfully mimicked what I had said when I finally squeaked something out. Rena's reaction was still normal. It seems that there wasn't as much of a long pause as I thought. Somehow, I finally squeaked out the rest.
These nuts. Imagine. Imagine you said that. Oh my god.
Delicious. However, my strained efforts neither sullied nor brightened Rena's expression. For a moment, I panicked, thinking I had replied incorrectly. But after a few moments, Rena broke into her usual soft smile and giggled with a joyful voice that seemed to echo throughout the morning air. Being strung along by that laugh, I couldn't help but laugh as well.
I see. So, did she eat all of them, I wonder? I wonder.
My timid smile froze again. Did you make it without swallowing the sewing needle? Was that what she was asking? If I'd swallowed it, then I wouldn't be here. Nah, I couldn't finish all of them. There's still some left. Oh, I scattered my wits, but that's how I played it.
What about the homework to see if you could tell which one Rena made?
Homework. Was it due today?
Yeah, it's due today. Anytime I get angry, there's probably a penalty game ready for you.
But you know which one it was hers.
Yeah, that was the whole point.
Yeah, we both laughed at each other again. To a casual observer, it was just a typical morning. I just let myself believe that even I think it was just the usual morning routine. But I was certain I wasn't mistaken. There was something unimaginable buried underneath the facade of this giggling Rena. I recalled that unexpected piercing voice that I could hardly believe came from Rena's mouth.
Is that immersive?
Yeah, great. The moment the image crossed my mind, I felt a cold sweat trickle down my back. Was it only at that particular time? Did something evil possess Rena? No, that was wrong. That was still Rena. Oishi-san told me, didn't he? Actually, I looked into her before Ryuga-san moved away to Hinamizawa. She was suspended from school.
She's a rat!
Yes, indeed, she's a rat. He said he wants to forget everything, but then now he's remembering everything. And
Yeah,
I'm just
yeah, it's like,
you're not helping yourself. So.
It seems she went through her school building and broke all of the windows. Rena had a disorder that normal people didn't.
The Higurashi's disorder.
You can hear the flanging of the Higurashis. No matter how pleasantly she smiled, that fact would not change. But I couldn't even imagine how she looked as she broke all the glass throughout the school. One thing I knew was that it wasn't something spur of the moment. If it was some certain outburst of anger, then maybe she'd break a pane or two. But she broke all of the windows throughout her school. Just imagine going through your own school, breaking the windows with a bat. Swinging full force each pane of glass, one after another, paying no heed to the flying shards. Your classmates aghast, unable to move from the sudden turn of events. I wonder where she could have found the most windows lined up in a row. Probably the hallway. Walk, wind up, walk, wind up. It was difficult for me to kind of get a horrifying image of that Rena smiling at me now. But I just had to imagine it.
Why?
Impossible because it was unimaginable. That naive way of thinking no longer worked. That unpleasant piercing sound of shattered glass, that crunching noise as Rena tread across the broken shards, walking towards me. Rena's classmates going pale as they forgot to even breathe. I wonder what they did as Rena came closer, breaking windows along her path. Did they earnestly try to bring her to her senses by saying something? Or did they just jump at her, trying to stop her savagery? Or did they run to the staff room after being redirected there by the teachers? Probably none of those.
Jesus Christ.
In the face of that blood-curdling sight of Rena busting window after window, undoubtedly all they could do was to silently clear a path for her. Dumbfounded, just clearing the path for Rena to continue. It was far too violent an act for them to seek refuge by looking the other way. That's not to say they were looking the other way. They were doing the only thing they could to protect themselves. If they had done something differently from the rest, they may have suddenly found themselves as Rena's new target. What would Rena have done to whoever attracted her attention? The answer was obvious. She would have undoubtedly acted accordingly to her range, meaning I would, be the next window.
You went to McDonald's where you can only put ketchup in my bag. I want more!
Rena, staring into my eyes, shards of glass crunching and cracking underfoot as she drew closer. I was also drawn into her eyes, paralyzed.
Same. Oops. I like how the thing, like, this thing,
Hello there.
it's moving.
Oh,
Yeah, it wasn't moving before, now it's moving. And every time it hits, it shakes a little, if you watch. Oh, never mind.
then Rena struck me with a bat, over and over again, like I was one of those windows.
Also, hey shooter, welcome in.
Hey. I crouched down on the floor, desperately protecting my head. Rena didn't care whether it was my head or my back. Zealously, she hits me again and again. What kind of expression was she making as she was doing this over and over again? I peered up to see. Her expression was so indifferent. It was completely unnerving.
This is all in his head, right?
Yeah, right.
I don't understand.
It's because no matter how many times she struck me, I didn't make as pleasant a sound as the other windows. It struck me continuously, over and over again. The sound Rena wanted didn't come out. Our classmates standing around didn't try to stop her. They did have to kill him.
Yeah, Finn.
They didn't want to be the next window.
Fuck, bro.
Somebody save me. Turning a blind eye unless you were hanging out? But of course, everyone in class scrambled to obtain the highest standardized test scores. They gained nothing from saving a cram school tryhard like me.
What?
Oh.
What?
Eventually, there would be a faint sound, similar to when you crack open a walnut and some sort of reddish-black spray would shoot out. Anyway, it wasn't that Rena momentarily lost herself in her anger. After forcing myself to breathe and calm down my heart, I recalled what Oishi-san told me. And in the counselor's medical report, he recorded all the conversations he had with Rena-san. It shows up. And quite a bit at that. What does? She mentioned the word Oyashiro-sama. Following that, Rena was suspended and had regular examinations at the hospital. Then, as Rena was undergoing counseling, she said it over and over. Oyashiro-sama. It seems that the Oyashiro-sama she spoke of was like a ghost, appearing in her house every night. Standing over her pillow, looking down at her. That was only a piece of their conversation, so I still couldn't see the bigger picture. But it was by no means a happy little conversation. Then what Rena did? Was she saying that ghastly incident was a result of her being possessed by Oyashiro-sama? Up until now, I didn't want to believe in Oyashiro-sama's curse. That's why I wanted to say the mysterious deaths every year happened because of some sort of conspiracy. Every time I talked with Oishi-san, I was more certain that the deaths were the work of men and not of some curse. Except, if it was people perpetrating the incidents, my friends were somehow deeply connected.
Yeah. Like, he's just talking to himself in his own head this entire time.
He's been monologuing in his own head.
Like, how long is this? Like, is it 5 minutes in his time? And Rena's just staring at him as he monologues? What's happening? Bro?
If I refused to believe that the curse was real, then I would have to believe that those who acted the kindest to me were deeply involved in the incidents. Why? How? For what reason? Was Rena? Was everybody? It was much more painful and troublesome than accepting it, which was Oyashiro-sama's curse. In the aftermath, Rena had admitted to her doctor that it was because she was possessed by Oyashiro-sama.
What?
I felt a strange sense of relief from that. So that's how it was. There wasn't a second side to Rena. She did that because she was possessed by something strange like Oyashiro-sama. It wasn't Rena's fault. Oyashiro-sama was the one to blame. I knew. This was all backwards. Refusing to believe that there was a curse, I wanted there to be a human perpetrator.
The stick is like licorice. That's pretty bog.
That actually quite nice, actually. Now that my close friends were the ones under suspicion, I changed my beliefs at my own convenience, saying it was Oyashiro-sama's curse to blame. Which was the better choice? Accepting that Oyashiro-sama's curse exists. Or that Ren and the rest of them were deeply involved in this string of mysterious deaths. I didn't want to think about it. If I just didn't think about it, I'd be able to continue without same as always. I wanted to believe that. But that was no longer possible. I had received their message. It was pathetic of me to try and bend the meaning to my own convenience. Regardless of my opponent being a human or a curse, I won't let it kill me. As if I would just bend over and give in.
Hey. Sorry.
For no good reason at all. I swear to God! I've been trying to keep this up.
I had to chuckle a little bit. What?
Anyway. Yeah.
Keiichi-kun, you've been making a really weird face. I wonder.
Inhaling sharply upon hearing Rena's voice, I came back to my senses. Before I had realized it, we were already at the entrance. Shaking my head a few times, I exorcised all those terrifying thoughts. No matter how I looked at it, there's no way Rena could have done such terrible things.
She already did.
It was like I was trying to placate myself. Huh.
Bruh.
As I stood the door open, a blackboard eraser loaded with chalk dropped onto my head the moment I stepped into the classroom.
Thanks for the light.
Kumbawa studying again.
The chalk dust went into my eyes, inducing a brief moment of agony.
Oh, how befitting for the truant Keiichi-san. Good morning to both of you, Keiichi and Rena. Good morning, Satoko-chan, Rika-chan.
Not quite in the mood for it, I didn't really react to Satoko's trap. Satoko braced herself as I passed by, expecting me to attack her. She seemed a bit disappointed as I simply walked by silently.
What is this? How discouraging indeed. Keiichi doesn't seem back to his usual self yet. Yeah, take it easy on him for today, okay?
Suddenly, there was a slap down on my shoulder. It hurt a bit.
Yeah. Hey, Kei-chan, did you get enough rest?
It was Mion. My mind was full of the stuff about Rena, but Mion was also a party of interest.
One time took a stuffed teddy from me and burned it off the wall. Why would I burn it, bro? I would, if I wanted to yoink a stuffed teddy from a kid, I would yoink it and take it back home.
But you're Rena.
What?
So you're Rena.
Oh yeah. I take back cute things back home, yep.
It's like, so cute! Yoink, runs.
I wouldn't yoink it, goddammit.
You burn it home? What the? Why would I burn it? Distracted? It's okay.
Like, I can't. Okay. Goodbye.
Remember, Keiichi. That hawkish gaze from yesterday.
Don't
thought you said forget.
remember, bro.
Yeah, I thought you said forget.
He said remember. He's like fucking actively remind. He said remember. This bitch is crazy. When you're supposed to
Do
be
you
like
remember? It's literally.
But yes. What?
Okay.
The kind of gal to go to the children's hospital to the terminal? Why? I don't understand, you guys. Slandering me,
Yeah. Morning.
bruh.
Also,
What's
it's not slander. It's libel. Is it libel? Hang on. Oh no, sorry. Libel is no. Libel is published statements that that affect your reputation.
Libel.
Slander is verbal. Okay.
Slander
Technically-
is something you can't hold people against. Libel you can, so it is have to be in word. It has to be written. Hey. God damn it. Your turn.
Oh, do I have to do it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ah, that's cute. Okay, that's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 meow. Okay.
Meow. Mo. Meow.
Spray bottle. I really see the spray bottle. Yes. Why? I hate you. You're meowing up a bass sign over here. It's a deep meow, bro. Have you not seen that video?
Meow. 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 Meow.
Wow. Look at all the service, guys. Pog.
It's a baseline. Anyway.
What's with that unenergetic greeting? Did you eat the mochi I brought you?
Because I ate them, I'm like this. Those words were itching to be blurted out. I really just didn't have the appetite. I ate a few, but quite a lot were left over.
Huh? What about the homework? Did you have an answer for which one was Rena's?
I can't believe you forget your homework, Keiichi-kun.
Sheesh, then we can't help it. Time for your penalty.
Flashing a lurid smile, Mion returned to her seat. There was nothing from our exchanges that would cause our classmates to suspect anything was amiss. But of course, anyone listening to our conversations up until this morning wouldn't see anything suspicious. That was why it was so frightening. They acted in a way that regardless of whatever happened to Keiichi Maebara, no one would ever suspect them. That fact had me terrified. Soon the teacher came. After she asked how I felt and took attendance, another dull, ordinary day began.
Hey, Yo. No, it's his way of saying paw. Okay.
He's using Park, okay?
Oh. Oh, there we go.
It's an inside joke. Yeah, I'm sure that pegging is an inside joke, right?
Bruh. It's so
Sorry.
good. It's an inside. I get it. I get it. Balls itchy. You should bathe them in bleach. Good for them for real. Bruh.
This free study period was a convenient time to consider where I stood. Tsuka, why? Oh, it was right there.
It was right there. I took it.
I gently closed my eyes and pondered the ridiculous position I was in right now. First of all, what I shouldn't forget is how dangerous of a situation I was in. I'd fallen out of favor with them. After interacting with Oishi-san multiple times, I could see it as I was getting closer to the heart of the matter. The warning yesterday with the mochi was a good indicator of that. No, calling it a warning was just my habit of understating things. It probably had no meaning beyond stunting my progress and buying themselves some time. Until they had a method of completely erasing me. They were just biding their time. Enough though they were keeping me under their thumb with threats. It didn't change the fact that I knew too much. The chilling sensation on my desk made me recall Satoshi Hojo, the boy who was using the seat until last year when he disappeared. Was he also similar to me? Did he learn something he shouldn't have? And he was erased? Damn. I wouldn't let them get rid of him so easily. Never! But were they really trying to kill me? I've had these contradictory feelings for a while now. Even though I suspected them, I felt I had to cover for them. With all of their suspicious behavior, a morning like this just made it all seem like an elaborate hoax. No, that's just what I wanted to believe. Doubting my friends, covering for them, my life was in danger. Or was it?
My life's in danger.
Actually, I was debating the wrong point. Given my current situation, those points were something that should have been deliberated on a long time ago. But really, Rena and the rest of them, were they actually aiming to kill me? The little voice inside me continued to torment me with these unresolvable trains of thought. Are you an idiot, Keiichi Maebara? The answer should be obvious. But maybe that sewing needle might have just been an accident, right?
Let's see if I feel like he's just having a back and forth with in
Yeah.
his head. Alright, back from the Kairi-chan. I hope your breakfast was good. There's a horror because it's being told from the eyes of a mom, so you can say Higurashi is the opposite in their similar season. Naruhodo. True.
You screw up and drop sewing needles into a piece of mochi. The benefit of the doubt can only go so far. Both Rena and Neon had acted and behaved suspiciously. But maybe it was all some sort of misunderstanding. What kind of misunderstanding? It wasn't just suspicious, it was outright ludicrous, right? Rena just corrected me for lying, and Mion only asked me what I had for lunch. Rena was standing outside our door, eavesdropping for a good hour, you know? She was probably just waiting for my phone call to end. For a whole hour outside your room? And is it normal to go home afterwards without saying anything? You heard from Oishi-san, didn't you? About what Rena did at her former school? At the hospital, she said it was Oyashino-sama's fault. She... Cut it out, Koichi Maebara. Don't you realize they're out to kill you?
He said it out loud, didn't he?
Yeah. I inadvertently blurted those words out loud.
Bakaka!
He's actually an idiot. Stupid! Hearing myself say that so directly left me dumbfounded for a few moments. Afterwards, I had to look around to check if anyone else had heard it. My little soliloquy cut a little too close to the truth. even though I could feel the murderous intent from Rena and the others. Part of me somewhere was still trying to deny that. This late in the game, such hesitation could be fatal. I knew that. But I was just your average student, a man living his normal, ordinary life. Do you think I could just suddenly believe that my friends who had been happily laughing together with up until last Sunday now intended to kill me? Right?
Wait, the baby said yes, he is.
You're too soft, Keiichi. This time I remember to keep my voice down so only I could hear it. Just don't say it out loud!
Is no one else in the room?
Yeah, right. Are you in class?
Yeah, he's in class. It's free study. They should be like around him. What is
Yeah. This time I remember to keep my voice blah blah blah. No, I already read it down. I already read that. There was the one thing I now understood. I was too soft. I didn't completely understand how dangerous Rena and the rest of them were. No, I wasn't trying to understand. I was too soft for not listening to Oishi-san when he was earnestly showing me the heart of the matter. I didn't listen because I was too busy pretending to be dejected. I didn't comprehend it. I was just running away. I didn't comprehend it. So nobody had any notion to try and kill me? I needed to get rid of such naive thoughts. As I made that resolution, I heard the bell signaling the class. So soon. The day was already over. I didn't recall eating lunch or doing anything in class. My friends were putting their desks together in preparation for club activities. Not long ago, I probably would have happily jumped into that circle.
My man, Katie-san. How rude of you to even think about leaving.
The way Satoko spoke was so typical and familiar. It almost physically hurt.
Oh, Keiichi-kun, is today not a good day, I wonder? Maybe we're going to win big together. Oh.
Seeing Rena's expression, which said she was really looking forward to today, was hard to take. Hey, Keiichi. Maybe Oishi-san is just some enormous jerk trying to separate me from the others by lying to me?
why?
Slap. Trying to expunge such weak-minded thinking, I slapped myself in the face.
Keiichi-kun?
Yeah. Was Rena really trying to kill me? I wish somebody would tell me it was a hoax. I didn't care if it was actually one or not. I just wanted someone to say it was. Yet another weak-willed thought. How did I ever become this naive? You don't become naive. You were naive and then you become not naive.
Are you alright? Does your head hurt?
Apparently, that was how my inner dilemma appeared to Rena.
You're pale. Can you make it home by yourself? Maybe I should accompany you home, I wonder.
No. It's okay. Sorry. I can get home by myself. Just have the meeting about me. Upon hearing that I wasn't going to participate, Mia pouted unhappily.
Since Kei-chan was so bent on a revenge match, we were even gonna play the deduction game from before too. Kei-chan doesn't have the burning desire for a rematch? How pathetic.
Wouldn't fall for some dumb taunt. Without even having a real retort, I just grabbed my bag I was about to get up.
Bro, you're supposed to be acting normal. You fucking...
Yeah.
Why are you acting abnormal? You're gonna die faster.
Someone's hand perched itself gently on my head.
Keiichi doesn't seem to be well. How very unfortunate.
Rika-chan. She was stretched up as far as she could, doing her best to pet my head with her petite hand. I felt so nice, which made things even harder. Sorry, everybody. See you. That's all I said as I quickly left the classroom. They said something to me as I was leaving, but I couldn't make it out. I managed to make it all the way to the entrance in that state of mind. Took out my shoes, put them on, and went forward. Forward. Hardened that heart. Keiichi Maibara. They were, for some unfathomable reason, trying to kill me. They were plotting something dubious, watching my every move. But I couldn't hate them. Because weren't they my friends? Part of me lamented my naivete, while another part lamented the fact that I had lost something important by lamenting over it in the first place. I felt my consciousness was being ripped out of my body. If this is what Oyashiro-sama's curse was like, then it was just too harsh. Hey, Oyashiro-sama, I was wrong for not believing in your curse. But I believe in it now. Completely. Your curse does exist. So seriously, give me a break. I beg you. Come on. Dinner was unusually bland. It had no flavor or aroma. The miso soup that normally tantalized my appetite tasted like nothing but boiled water. Dad was eating with us that night. It was a rare occurrence in this household. When he got into his work, he ate and slept on his own schedule. My dad never cared about the time. Since my dad was at the dinner table, it either meant he had reached a good point to take a break, or he was in a slump. It was okay. So, that's the dad. So yeah, he just doesn't understand the motivation creators have. The mom eyes.
His mom, yeah. Your partnership was just a verbal agreement, wasn't it? If it's so hard to agree on things, why not just end it?
I feel like it's an industry with lots of back scratching, but when it gets in the way of the business, I wasn't able to pick out much of my mom and dad's conversation, but I could tell it wasn't a very pleasant topic. That, of course, made the disgusting food even less appealing. Staring listlessly at the exchange between my parents, my mind wandered off to the same thought processes I had going all day long. Friends close to me? No. They used to be friends, but I could no longer trust them. Right now, I was greatly lacking in allies.
As you kill all those people. Ra. Dun dun dun. Ra secretly Rena. Oh my god.
Rauna?
Rana.
People I trusted. People I could depend on when push came to shove. There was something I just didn't have. Having just one ally would have been incredibly reassuring in the currently hopeless situation I was in.
Cough cough. Oh, Ishi-san.
Yeah. I put down my chopsticks and looked over at my parents, who were still talking about work. The first course of action that came to mind was to tell my parents everything. Look. Currently, there wasn't a single person from Hinamizawa I could trust 100%. That meant the only people I could trust were my parents. But if I told them everything that happened up until now, would they understand? Rena, for example. That neighborly Rena who was so diligent in cooking and looking after me, came to get me every day, and sometimes brought over a share of what she made. How could I explain that she wanted to kill me? No matter how I explained, it would probably be difficult for anybody to comprehend. My somewhat eccentric dad wouldn't understand, and my high-strung mom would probably drag me off to a psychiatrist in a blink of an eye. Sadly, that was the amount of trust that existed in our relationship. And even if they did come to understanding, what could they possibly do? Unless they could uncover the truth, they wouldn't be able to protect me. No. By informing them of these unnecessary things, I'd be putting my parents in danger as well. Considering that the victims in past incidents were often married couples, I couldn't even joke about that. For the entire Maibara family to have an accident or to just vanish into thin air, it was easily possible in Hinamizawa. What was important here was that knowing something unnecessary put you in danger. The most unsettling question was, how did they know that I knew? As long as they didn't know, my parents might not solve it. That was one way to think about it, I guess. At least it was like that in my case. After I found out, things started becoming odd. In other words, it meant the following. As long as my parents didn't know anything, nothing would happen to them.
Well.
As long as my parents were here, this house would be a safe haven for them. I knew these were just assumptions based on the conjuncture on top of conjuncture.
I feel like
I should say.
I feel like as a warning they're gonna kill off the parents first.
They're gonna be like, hey!
Yeah, in the end, before, like, it's not his life that's in danger, it's his parents' life. And then he'll suddenly become meek.
He's been so worried about, like, you know, his parents. Sorry, himself, that he's not thinking about his parents.
Oh.
Really sad. I can see that it was not completely safe. I'm sorry. Wanting this house to be a safe haven, that was the pinnacle of my weak-willed method of thinking. I had to concede that it was not completely safe. It was only safer than the outdoors. I knew that I couldn't rely on my parents. No, I couldn't risk getting my parents involved.
You're already involved.
And the only person who would be my ally would be Oishi-san. Him. And him alone. He was the only person who understood the situation I was in. He didn't care so much about my safety, but he was without a doubt passionate about solving this case. It was a bit frustrating. Oishi-san was basically the whole reason I was in this mess. And now to get out of it, I had to rely on him. Meaning, it was all going according to his devices. It was just my job to look appetizing while bobbing in the waves as bait. Then, when the fish started gathering around, Oishi-san would pull out the big haul. It was slightly infuriating, but even I thought that was the best course of action. So then, what should I do? Patience was the first rule of fishing. Just keep waiting until the fish actually bites. But I wasn't simply bait. There were lots of ways for me to struggle before being devoured. When they struck, I needed to somehow dodge just enough and tag out to Oishi-san. No question, it was going to be hard. The timing to bring Oishi-san in would be difficult. He was in the city, not Hinamizawa. So if I phoned him in my moment of need, it would take him about 30 minutes to reach me. So I needed to run away from those 30 minutes. For example, if we set up a rendezvous point for dire situations or something.
It's gonna be hard AL stage stuff.
I just have to hide out there until Oishi-san arrived. Okay. I can almost see it now. I was still being chased around in the dark by Boogeyman, but now I knew which way to go. I would never have imagined this would be so reassuring. Oh yeah. Hello? Hello? Isa?
Mate, wait.
Oh, okay.
Sumimasen. My mom came in.
Don't worry about it.
The irony of it all is always like every stream, she'd always come in when I'm streaming, and no other time. I don't understand. I legitimately do not understand.
Like,
I'll just tell her that later.
It would probably be best if I had a concealed weapon for me when things got rough. Typically, that would call for a switchblade. Typically. But that wasn't too reassuring for combat. Also, since it was recognized as a weapon by the public, that also wasn't good. Really, when the time comes, a long weapon like a bat work in my favor. Uh-oh. I remember there was a metal bat at school. I could be confident of that when push came to shove.
It's gonna be gone, or either that someone's gonna catch you holding that.
No. I swear, it's gonna end up with him just,
Dying by a bat.
going crazy.
Oh.
I swear. If I pretended I was practicing my swing, then it wouldn't be suspicious for me to always carry it around. I could go to school early tomorrow and secure it. Just possessing a weapon may be enough to deter them. Are you sure about that?
I'm pretty sure that it's gone.
Not that. Are you sure about that though? It's like, fucking
It won't
Tomitake-san,
deter
the big
them.
boy. You know?
He's
you think
gonna go
that's gonna deter them?
crazy though.
Yeah, I
Just
swear,
like
like,
Tomitake.
KAT is gonna go crazy and just end up killing them regardless.
Yep.
Also, one more thing. Insurance. It could be something like a note or memo. I can write everything that's happened as a sort of journal. In case I suddenly vanished, the journal will be left behind. With my journal in his possession, Oishi-san should be able to avenge my death. I left my parents engrossed in a conversation about work and went back into my room. I tore out a piece of paper from a notebook and made my way to my desk. Last time I wrote a journal was for summer homework in elementary school. And the off chance something bad happened, the police could use my diary as a lead. So I should only write down the facts. How should I start? I jotted down my thoughts as they came. I, Keiichi Maebara, am in fear for my life. It made me laugh nervously. It was a line that showed up often in detective stories. I never even dreamed that I would be in the type of situation where I'd write it myself. I do not know why they are after my life. Rena and the others were suspicious, but I had no proof. And that's why I couldn't write anything more. But I laughed Riley at myself for writing such a passage draped in mystery. Would the police be able to get the hint from reading this enigmatic passage?
Just write whatever you're thinking down.
I can only pray that they would.
What?
What I prayed for the most, though, was that this journal never needed to play its part. Here, I laughed nervously. It was too simple, so I wrote that one more line I just thought of. The only thing I do know that it has to do with Oyashiro-sama's curse. Was that too much? I probably shouldn't write more than that.
Why?
Write more!
It's your. He said he.
Right. No, it's like this is his insurance, right? It's if he dies.
Yeah,
It doesn't
it's-
at that point. At that point, just write everything you can because it's not you know you don't have anything more to lose if you have to use your insurance. You know.
Yeah. Like, why is he scared of writing anything down? First off, he
That's
said
something-
he's
something
gonna
I'll
write
get-
a journal or a diary. Proceeds to rip off a singular piece of paper. And I'm just like, okay. And then writes down, I'm in fear for my life.
Okay.
And
then
that's
I don't know why they are out to get me.
who is they?
I believe it has I believe it has something to do with Oyashiro-sama's curse, bruh.
That doesn't make sense. A single yeah, exactly. Like the fuck? What kind of journal you? I
I
can't.
swear it's just gonna end up being like another like mystery. It's like, oh yeah, it's part of Oyashiro-sama's curse, and it's gonna perpetuate the idea of that.
It's
you know?
so vague. He said like, oh, I should write down a journal, and then maybe it'll help Oishi-san to avenge my death. Bitch, you ain't helping shit. You're not writing down anything. You don't even write down how you actually feel. Like, you just wrote down, yeah, you're afraid of death. Now what? Just saying like Rena and the others are after me. I don't know why. Blah, blah. Just say, at least say something. Like, who is they? Who is it? Why? I don't.
If I wrote any more, then it would seem like I was just delusional.
Bruh.
In order to appear to the reader that the person who had written this was of sound mind, I chose not to write anything else at that point. I just needed to add more as I learned more about the truth. Bless you. Bless you.
Yeah.
I folded the paper, thought about a place to hide it. By hiding it somewhere obvious, there was a chance that they would uncover it instead. On the other hand, if it was in a too obscure of a location, then there was the risk of nobody finding it at all.
Thank you.
Have a sound mind. I think it has something to do with a curse.
Yeah, right. It's like, bruh. In the end, I decided to take the clock off my wall and stick my folded note on the back of it with scotch tape. What the fuck? After that, I put the clock back into its normal position. Yeah, it didn't look like anything was hidden behind it. Now I needed to set up such that, if anything happens to me, my parents could find it. I looked at it from countless different angles until I was satisfied, and I made my way downstairs. My parents were still talking about work, and it didn't look like it was going to end anytime soon, so I cut in. Sorry to interrupt. There's something I want to talk to you about. I never started off a conversation like that before, so my parents were both startled. They stopped talking and turned towards me.
What? What is it, Keiichi?
I have a favor to ask of you. Please listen. Just in case, yeah?
Is dad?
We'll see it to that. If it's not urgent, can we do this later? Right now, Mommy and Daddy are having something urgent that we're talking about. I didn't think their talk was more urgent than mine. In any case, I stated my request. Just in case, okay? If I die. Both of my parents' eyes went as wide as saucers. If I die, I want you to put the clock on my wall in my coffin. If they did that, then they'd probably find it. My memoir. Both my parents remained wide-eyed, not moving an inch. I couldn't blame them. I met the clock in shop class, and I really like it. So please.
I think they'd be like, the fuck is our child like mentally like what the hell? I swear they're just like, what? That's so random, but okay.
What's the matter,
What's-
Keiichi? Did something happen?
Mom was finally able to ask me the question again.
Thanks, Alexa.
Of course, this is a normal response for when somebody's son suddenly talked about a subject like this. I felt bad about having them worry, but right now I just wanted them to think about the clock in my room. With that awkward mood leaving the room in silence, I decided to go back up to my room. I want to get to school early tomorrow, so I'm going to bed. Good night. Saying only that, I left the living room. I needed to get to school early tomorrow, secure that bat. I should make today the last day I went to school with Rena. As I climbed the stairs, I heard my mom call my name, but I pretended not to hear her. It wasn't something I could talk about with my parents. If I talked about it, it would only make things more dangerous. The fight that had begun was mine and mine alone. I couldn't rely on anybody.
Are you playing with something?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm messing around with the thing you gave me.
Yeah, I can hear the squeak. I was
Sorry,
like,
sorry.
no. And then it's okay. I'm just like, is that what I think it is?
Yes, it is.
You managed to fix it?
I managed to fix it, and then I also simultaneously broke it.
Wait, what?
the edge, like the tip of it, actually snapped.
Huh?
Because I was using it to unbend the plastic.
The-
Like
oh.
the blade itself, and then
Oh.
so it's I taped it back on, but then it can't come out, you know. So I have kind of like a stunted katana.
Oh.
It, not gonna lie, it looks kind of nice, but it comes out now. But yeah,
Ah.
sorry, I
Okay.
broke it slightly.
Why
But
you
it's nice.
wait? No, I broke it. It was broken to begin with. It's okay. You know what?
Anyway, no, you're good. I wouldn't be killed. Not when I still knew nothing.
Oh,
Oh,
that weird
there we go.
pause. Yeah. Higurashi when they cry.
Devil may cry.
Devil may cry.
You received your truth. I'm not feeling so hot.
Da-da-da-da-da. Chasing shadows. An unlock. Nanikore. Is it them after after Kichi left?
Yeah, I guess so.
Keiichiken's been feeling down lately. Maybe he's in a bad mood.
I wonder. Maybe he's on his period.
What the fuck?
John, that's gross. What do you think?
Don't know.
Could be that Kei-chan. Maybe?
I don't know.
That day Kei-chan was in that car talking to some tubby middle-aged guy, right?
Yeah, no mistake.
That Oishi, he probably fed him something fishy.
He was so serious. Kate. Wait, what? No. Oh, that way she was so. Okay.
He was so serious. Keiichiken's face was so pale.
You see, you might not know this, but he's actually the messenger of Oyashiro-sama.
Oh,
Huh? What do you mean?
Whenever he shows up, someone's demoned away. No lie.
Oh, is that so?
The year before last, when Rika-chan's mom drowned, right? Right before that, she was visited by Oishi.
Now that you mention it, it happened before Satoshi-kun transferred out.
Transferred? You're so sweet, Rena. So
this time, he's appeared before Keiichi-kun. So, Keiichi-kun's gonna be demoned away too?
an empty silence hung in the air, and then it was suddenly interrupted by loud laughter.
if they're actually just concerned about him, and then like he's just super paranoid.
Yeah. But then why
Like
would
they're
he put a
actually worried.
needle?
Oh yeah, that I don't know. It's like what? Is it something else? And then why do they look like that? You know? Oh, Phoenix Orphan, what the fuck is that? Pikachu.
Wait a minute. Does Rena... Is Rena in on this? Because the way Mion was talking, it sounded as if she was...
Well, yeah, I mean, we should assume, right? Because, you know, lies.
Yeah. Like okay. If Rena is possessed by Oyashiro-sama, right? Theoretically. Mion is... What was it? The fucking ringleader or covers up these kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I guess it's because they're in a classroom, that's why they use like more classified codes thing. Well, Mion was saying like, oh, he's the messenger for Yashiro-sama, and then she's like, oh really? Like, but wait, what? So, like, I feel like Mion was trying to say like, whenever Oishi-san get close to someone, they're dead, confirm. But
Yeah,
I thought it was
almost.
I thought it was because Rena or Mion would be getting rid of whoever Oishi-san contacts. But Could it be Oishi-san is the
Is he actually the one, like, you know?
He's actually like the one that's what, and then they were actually genuinely just kind of low-key worried.
Yeah, they were just worried about him, and then
But you know something's wrong with Rena, at least. They're like,
yeah.
so I don't know who's what now, bro. Yokanai.
Okay.
And keep continuing, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. So bright.
This was the first time I'd ever woke up with such clarity.
Hi.
This is the last day, I swear.
This is the last day.
It was 5:59, just moments before my alarm would go off. I was amazed at the precision of my internal clock. I had made preparations for the next day of school before I went to bed. I changed quickly and descended to the deserted lower floor. It appeared that my mom was still asleep. Neither breakfast nor lunch was ready. Yesterday, I unilaterally declared that I would be leaving early today, so it couldn't be helped. I slathered jam on some bread and topped it up with some instant cocoa. Just as I was finishing up breakfast, my mom rose groggily from her slumber.
Hi, Keiichi, you're up early. Is there some sort of school event?
Not really.
Not really, I'm just gonna go grab a bat for self-defense.
Yeah. Answering bluntly, I picked up my bag and stood after stuffing 2 slices of bread down my throat.
You're leaving already? What about lunch? If you don't wait a bit, I can't make it.
If I wanted her to make my lunch, then it would end up being the same time as usual. If I did that, it would raise the chances of me running into Rena and Mion on the way.
And before, Rena's already waiting outside. She
Yeah,
always
I
waits
mean, like-
outside the entire time, and then waits until like 7
Yeah,
7:30 a.m.
it's like
to
a
ring the bell. They're both waiting outside right now. They're saying, I
Yeah.
wonder.
Yeah. From today onward, I was going to go to school alone. I'll be fine for today.
Then what will you do for lunch?
I'll stop out and buy some bread or something at the store.
Really? Then here's some lunch money. Be sure to bring me back the receipt.
I took the 1,000 yen bill from Mom and slipped it into my pocket.
It's pretty early. Is Rena-chan up this early as well?
No, just me.
Did you tell Rena-chan that you're leaving early?
I have no reason to tell her every little detail, now do I? Finding it difficult answering the onslaught of questions, I made an annoyed face. Tell Rena that I went ahead when she comes.
Hey, Keiichi, wait!
It's not that I didn't trust my parents. I just couldn't rely on them. They couldn't help me. I could only hope that they could get involved. It was safer that way. My mom's annoying voice was cut off by the slam of the door. For the first time since I moved here, I headed down the road to school alone. Now, I had always walked down the same path at the same time each day. So I was met with... Bless you. Bless you.
Yes, me.
So I always met with the same people at the same places. But today was different. I didn't meet the people I would normally, and nobody was at the places where I would have normally met them. Of course, Rena wasn't in the spot where we usually met, and there wasn't anyone at the spot where we would have met up with Mion.
Thank you.
The length of the tree's shadow, the morning air, and the brightness of the sun was a completely different time of morning from what I was used to. Without a doubt, it felt strange. It left me with this impression that I had destroyed the illusion Hinamizo had set up for me before I had enough time to prepare all the props needed to deceive me.
My Kate-kun, you're so early today. Is everyone meeting early this morning?
The person who called out to me was someone we always passed by as we were talking. The person who called out to me was someone we always passed by as they were taking a walk along the edge of the fields.
Uh-oh.
Their name was... I forgot. Of course, this wasn't the spot where we usually pass each other. I woke up early today, so I thought it would be a good change of pace. That's all. I threw out a random excuse.
Oh, what about Rena-chan, Mion-chan? Are you by yourself today?
Well, yeah. I was being asked the same type of questions my mom was asking. So I answered them in the same uninteresting, vague manner. It wasn't funny, being asked where Rena was each time I passed by someone. But maybe it was to be expected. It was because for so long we were always together so amicably. Even I felt that I let my guard down. We could still be Stop it, Keiichi. Don't think about that anymore. Spent all day yesterday thinking about how dangerous it was to go soft, didn't you? Beep beep. A car horn blared from out of nowhere. Even though I was walking, lost in thought, that horn was way too close. A mechanical behemoth barreled at me from behind, catching me completely off guard.
Uh,
By the time I turned around, the van's hulking chassis was almost on top of me. I'd seen plenty of cars veer to the opposite shoulder to avoid pedestrians, but this car was doing the exact opposite. It felt like there was somebody on the opposite shoulder and the van was swerving in my direction to avoid them. That blissfully ignorant train of thought delayed me from realizing something much, much more important.
bye.
That large mass was hurtling right at me. Was it going to hit me? The inside of my head instantly flooded with a painfully cold liquid. In that moment, the scene before me, no, time itself, had frozen. In the silence of that frozen moment, I compared that van, so close that I had no way to dodge it, and my body. The upper half twisted awkwardly in order to look behind me. There was no way I could dive out of the way in my current position.
Bye-bye.
If I lost focus now, this moment would unpause, and I would probably be plowed over, caught in this silly pose. Bend my upper body over towards the paddy by the side of the road.
What's happening? He's about to get hit by a fucking truck.
Isekai ideas.
Truck-kun.
If I bent far enough, I'd get away with just being hit by the side view mirror. As soon as the thought crossed my mind, the temporal space was shattered by the deafening sound of the van. The side mirror struck my shoulder, sending me spinning off through the air like a top, locked in my contorted position. Splash! Sent tumbling through the air, I crashed into the muddy paddy by the side of the road. My entire body was soiled and drenched. But the choice I had made in that instant was unmistakably for the best. I was covered in mud, but when the alternative was being hit by a car, it was the closest I could be to being unscathed. Rising up from the paddy, I had enough in me to glare over at the stopped van and yell profanities at the driver. I'm not sure he was able to see me, but the van sped off suddenly. Wait, damn it! This is what they call a hit and run, wasn't it? I couldn't help but continue yelling out profanities. The disgrace from being covered in mud hurt me more than any physical wounds. I slogged through the muddy paddy and made my way back to the road. This is a crime, goddammit! Shit! I'll track you down and sue you! If I go looking for a van, I'm sure to find it in this little village. The path I was on had rice paddies on either side, and it had become so narrow that one car could barely fit through. It wasn't a place you could tear full speed down in a car, let alone pass by pedestrians. Not only was it a narrow road, but the car just now was closer to my side of the road than the other when it went past me. Even as I cursed, I was desperately trying to suppress the dark cloud roiling up within me. wasn't just a hit and run. That car just now was trying to run me over, wasn't it?
Well,
Thinking back, I did feel like there had been a car creeping up on me slowly for a while. Ow.
huh?
No, nothing. That's right. As soon as I'd parted ways with that person taking a walk, I had that feeling the whole time. If it had wanted to pass me, then it had no shortage of chances. Normally, I would have felt suspicious and turned around sooner. But I was lost in thought, and I was kicking myself for not realizing it was there sooner. And then, when the path became narrow and there was no one else in sight, he floored it. If I had hesitated for even a moment, the result would have been no laughing matter. As the adrenaline rush from being nearly run over subsided, and the realization of just how terrifying the preceding events were sunk in, there was no doubt about it. That van was intentionally trying to hit me. A cold, viscous sweat seeped off on my scalp and slid down to my back before dribbling off. I struggled to avoid falling into a panic. There was still the possibility that this was really just an accident. Calm down, Cage. But also don't be so naive, Cage.
okay. So like,
Hey, thanks for the look, man. Being that lax will get you killed next time. Ugh. You need to always be on your toes. Don't give them any openings. If my enemy would really have to kill me, the next time they would use a more reliable method. If that time came and I was acting like I was now, I, being covered in mud, was the price I had paid for my own naivete. Covered in mud, but without injury. Not even a sprain. I guess this is what you could call the silver lining. I began walking again, this time cautiously. I wouldn't even show a hint of carelessness. I had suspected only Ren and the others up until now. No, it was because I had suspected them that I had believed there were no other enemies. Oishi-san had said so, didn't he? There was a possibility of that all the families of the village were involved. Was I really mired so deeply in the situation that I had no choice but to try and carry on as usual? Wouldn't it be safe to just hold myself up in my house? But the moment I abandoned my regular routine, everyone around me would abandon theirs as well. That was just too horrifying of a thought. I recalled the tales Oishi-san told me of when Hinamizawa were still called Onikakushi. A frightening tale of an entire village of demons hunting their prey, surrounding them and eating them alive. One must not interfere with the demons. One must not pretend not to see it. One must pretend not to see it. The enemies were numerous, all the village families. The villagers, with their unwavering faith in the curse, would do nothing to help me. The strong, sudden flash of sunshine made me slightly dizzy. I had no idea what was going on anymore. When I suspected it was the work of a man, I would catch a glimpse of Oyashida-sama's curse. And when I suspected it was Oyashida-sama's curse, someone would poke their head out. What was coincidence? What was intentional? Who was my enemy? Who was just a bystander? No. What I really truly wanted to know was, how did I end up with the proverbial bullseye pinted on my back? Eventually, an answer in a form I could understand will appear. I don't care when that will happen, because until then, I cannot die. That alone fueled my resolve to fight and will keep me alive.
you okay?
My throat is giving away.
Come. You want me to take over? It's just
That's okay.
fucking exposition.
This man exposited so much. I swear to God, this man is actually like he's living in a Truman Show. He's expositing so much.
Bruh,
Anyway.
He went from like being an edgy teenager who thinks a lot to like just having his own fucking
Inner monologue and soliloquy.
You want me to read it?
No,
You
that's
can
okay.
just read.
I'm good.
Are you sure?
We'll see how far we get at least. I remember seeing the metal bat in the gym storage shed. The door barring my entry. At the very least, I wanted to get my hands on it before everyone else arrived at school. I circled around the school grounds impatiently, but all I could find were things like pieces of lumber. Nothing that I could bring into the classroom easily. Then, I had an epiphany.
Oh.
I researched inside the classroom.
Oh no.
If it was something in the classroom to begin with, then there wouldn't be a problem.
Mm-hmm.
I could tell that everyone's indoor shoes were still in their lockers.
How?
Well, they were in their lockers. Good thing. Oh yeah, true. Good thing I came early. Nobody else was here yet. I wondered, what could I find in the classroom?
Go look at Rena's desk, and before there's a knife in there.
Yeah, right. I didn't think I could find an especially effective weapon like a bat. But I couldn't be helped at this point. Until the gym storage shed was open, I needed to find a substitute. A lingering hint of naivete whispered that there was no way I'd be attacked at school. No. Such soft ideas would no longer protect me. I think that they were slowly making their way into parts of my life I once thought impenetrable. In the worst case, my own house might not be safe anymore. There was an incredibly frightening thought. But I believe that not considering the worst case scenario would have been even more frightening. Anyways, I will survive. So long as I live, I will definitely be able to escape this labyrinth of nonsense. My exploration of the classroom came to an impasse. That much was to be expected.
I really should have locked previous ones in the basement. What the hell, man? Really?
First off, I don't have a basement. I have an attic. Second off, why would I lock you guys in there?
I don't need to have an extra mouth to fucking feed. So I can even feed myself. Is that why sometimes I hear cries in the PMP? Oh shit.
Now you know why. Now you know why it's so cheap or free.
It's where I store my experimental subjects. Yep.
There was no way there would be anything that could be a weapon in the classroom. Ah, sorry.
Okay, you okay? You want me to read?
No, it's okay. I can see on for a bit. In case of emergency, there was probably nothing I could do but swing my own chair around. My gaze landed on the lockers that had come to be used for personal storage. The locker that Mion used to store her pile of games was among them. There was one for each person in the class, all lined up. Of course, there was one for me as well. Oh yeah, there was still supposed to be a tracksuit in my locker. Seeing me covered in mud would be strange. Should go change later. First, I needed a weapon. In case if one of my classmates came, it would be hard to rummage through all the lockers. I swiftly began opening the lockers one by one. There were mostly just filled with things like gym clothes, personal items, and umbrellas. An umbrella? If I couldn't find anything better, then this would have to be my weapon. I was about to give up on finding anything decent when I opened the locker that held exactly what I wanted. It was, without a doubt, a metal bat. It was well worn and pretty beaten up, but there was no doubt it was usable. In that locker that reeked of mold, there also hung a baseball uniform. It's Satoshi's. It was probably the locker of a student in the Pee Wee League or something like that. If that was the case, then he probably asked for it back. At the time, I could hear the voices of the children scuffling their way noisily in from the hallway. Amongst them, I could make out Rika-chan and Satoko.
Good morning. Mama, you're quite early this morning, Kid-san.
Nonchalantly hit the bat I was holding behind my back.
Why? So suspicious.
What's with your outfit? You're covered in mud.
Yeah, I had a little incident. I'm gonna change now, so cut me some slack. That said, I began taking off my clothes. Satsuko began to blush just as I expected her to.
Change in front of a lady? Have you not tact at all?
I would think that a lady staring at someone who is changing would be the one lacking in tact. There's no changing room for the boys, so just deal with it. As Satsuko feigned disgust, she went into the hall, still blushing. Conversely, Rika-chan continued to stare at me, preparing to change. If Rika-chan is a lady as well, then I don't think it would be appropriate for you to be watching.
I'm not a lady, so it's fine.
Wait.
Oh shit! She's a trap! Oh, he is. Huh?
She deliberately pouted and looked at me with upturned eyes. Then, starting now, you're a lady.
I'm a lady, then I suppose I must.
Rika-chan, appearing to be satisfied of being considered a lady, made her way to join Satsuko in the hallway. Just as I breathed a sigh of relief, Rika-chan stopped suddenly and turned back towards me.
Uh-oh.
Are you gonna start playing baseball?
It seems that Rika-chan had noticed the bat. Yeah, just, I was feeling a bit out of shape. So I thought I'd just try practicing my swing.
I think it's wonderful you're taking care of your health.
She was talking like an old lady despite her appearance. After saying that, Rika-chan started to leave again, but stopped and looked back at me once more.
Please don't lose that bat.
It seemed she already knew I took it out of someone's locker. There was no name on the locker door. I didn't know whose bat it was. I'd be borrowing it until they complained. I wouldn't be for long, just until the gym storage shed was opened. After quickly changing into the tracksuit, I checked the time. I still had plenty of time before class began because I came so early. I took the bat in one hand and went out to the schoolyard. That was, of course, to practice my swing. I needed to make it known that I would always have a bat on me so I could practice my swing. At some point, the sunlight had become even stronger. Disregarding my classmates as they made their way to school, I took my position in the shadow of the school building. I wasn't the academic type, and I wasn't much of an athlete either. I might get muscle pain if I just started swinging. I should at least start off with some warm-ups. I doubt anyone would think I was doing something out of the ordinary, which was the exact opposite of my actual mental state. I gripped the bat and swung lightly. The bat was by no means light. The weight would make it a reliable weapon when I needed it to be. Of course, I could only pray that the moment I needed to use this as a weapon would never come. Just carrying it around could deter attacks against me.
Uh-huh.
At least, that's what I had hoped.
Sure. Opium. Oh, Kid-chan, what are you doing?
Being bombarded with such a hysterical voice, I jumped.
Oh, Keiichi-kun, are you on the baseball team?
Baseball team? Oh, sorry.
What? What?
No. It's her saying the baseball team the second time.
Oh, is it? Oh.
Yeah, I was like, oh, that's
Oh
not
my god. No, my brain didn't register that. I thought it was yours too. I was like, huh?
Baseball team. It was Rena and Mia.
I was surprised to hear you went off ahead. What are you doing, Kei-chan?
Can't you tell by looking? I'm practicing my swing for the championship. You can say it's part of my diet if you want.
Diet? Kei-chan, are you really that fat?
Bet you didn't know. I actually have a beer belly. It's plump and jiggles.
Pop and jiggles.
Rena, you don't have to imagine something weird like that.
To disrupt Rena from imagining something that vulgar, I ruffled her hair messily.
Well then, hope you make it to regionals at least. This old man will cheer you on.
Regionally speaking, it seems that Oshima High is pretty strong. They say their southpaw Kamera-kun is amazing. Good luck.
Seems they made me out as some kind of local prodigy, but oh well. Well, if I really did make it to the championship, it would be a cinch. After all, I'd be the pitcher and the catcher. I pitched the ball, then run past that ball, I just threw and change over to being the catcher in a burst of super incredible explosive speed. I laughed dryly at the ludicrous image. Coming back to my senses, I smashed the bat against the ground.
What?
Damn it! What am I laughing at? I pounded the ground over and over. Each impact of reverberation traveling through the bat stung my hands. If they make me smile like that, I'll... Don't allow anyone close to me. Don't trust anyone. No matter how many times I tell myself that. If they made me smile like that, I'll... I already knew quite well that there were demons dwelling in my smiling friends. But I just couldn't believe it.
My god.
Did that kind of split personality really exist?
Wait, what?
Like how Rena confessed to the doctor. Were they simply being possessed by Oyashiro-sama? In other words, did a supernatural being like Oyashiro-sama really exist? And it was it.
It's
okay. And was it possessing everyone to try and kill me?
There you go.
Yeah, that would be wonderful. If only everyone were actually my friends, all along, and everything was all just Oyashiro-sama's fault. You damned fool, Keiichi Maebara! Come on now! I yelled out, drawing out all the power from the pit of my stomach, and raised the bat violently into the air. Stop being so soft!
aren't they like pretty close? They can literally see and hear him doing this.
Yeah.
I don't
As I screamed
understand.
out with all my might, I beat the metal bat into the ground over and over. With every impact, my weakness was being beaten down. Smash. Forget. Smash. Don't be soft. Smash. Know your enemy. Smash. Like hell I let them kill me.
Oh.
My shoulders heaving up and down from my ragged region. I heard the first bell right as I calmed down.
Smash. Let me smash.
Jackie, let me smash.
I had to.
Oh.
You okay? You wanna stop? Break? Wanna stop after? Do you want me to read it?
No. The thing is that I want to read it, but it's like, oh my god, there's so much shit.
I don't blame you. There is a lot of shit.
I gasped with a sudden realization. That was the final bell. As I felt all the tension drained from me, I let out a deep breath. My mind was in a muddled state for much of the entire day. I didn't feel like I was awake, but I didn't feel like I was asleep either. I couldn't say it felt especially comfortable, but I felt a kind of relief that the sanctity of the school part of my daily life had yet to be violated. How long would I have to keep on living like this? I could only grit my teeth and bear with it as this living hell slowly gnawed away at me.
Keiichi-kun, come on. It's club time.
The sound of Rena's voice brought me back to my senses.
Come on, Keiichi, stop spacing out. Bring your desk.
Everyone was moving their desks together as usual. That's right. It was happy fun club time.
Oh boy.
but I had no intention of taking part. I haphazardly stuffed the contents of my desk into my bag as I prepared to go home. It was a weak-handed gesture to avoid having to actually say, I'll be going home now.
That's fucked. What's this, Kei-chan? You planning on going home right away again?
Neil sounded quite disappointed. I'm just not in the mood. Could you just let me be for a while? The tone of the words that spilled from my mouth matched Neil's disapproving glare.
Bruh.
It felt like the air in the room had dried out. Satoko looked like she was about to say something, but perhaps dissuaded by the mood, she swallowed her words and stayed silent.
Bruh.
Nobody said a thing.
You're supposed to act normal.
Yeah, right.
It's like
I don't know what this guy's doing. He's like, I must forget everything. Remembers. I must act normal. Goes out to find a weapon and bat. And then like, he acts like this. I don't get me wrong. I know it's hard, but it's like,
I don't know, man. Like, guys, like, if I he literally said it himself. Like, if he acts out of his like daily life and stay at home,
they'll change their own.
they'll change their daily life and then they'll come
Kind
home
of
for
normal for it to open his heart again. Yeah, I think that is the issue. It's like he's worried about him, being friends with them.
just be acting.
And then he said a thing. I took that to mean that I could leave if I wanted. But the collective gaze of four of them, like the tiny pins just to mount an insect the display, held me in place. Rena was the one who cut through the heavy mood.
Hey, chicken. You just didn't like playing with girls, I guess.
He said in such a melancholic tone that it sent a wave of pain racing through my heart. This pain was going to kill me. I wanted it to be the soft part of me that could still feel pain. I tore up my chest, violently tearing out the pins that held me in place. That's not it at all. I'd only be hurting myself. Oh, sorry. I'd only be hurting myself by saying anything more, so I swallowed my words. Cutting things off there, I turned away and exited the room. They didn't speak a word to me as I left.
Are they gonna kill him soon?
No, he's gonna kill them, I know.
What?
I don't know. I get the feeling that KT is losing it more and more.
He's
to the point where he's gonna become so paranoid that he's just gonna kill them regardless.
Bruh.
I don't know.
Like
It was
something.
a long, dull trip back home, but I didn't lose focus. I firmly squeezed the grip of the bat, which was already soggy from sweat. Realizing that, I lifted down my sleeve. If something were to happen, I wouldn't want it to be slippery. Since this morning, I've become especially sensitive to the presence of cars. Even while walking, my ears pricked up and sought out threatening sounds of presence that could be closing in. And that was why I could hear it. Without a doubt, there were footsteps. Those footsteps had matched up perfectly with mine for a while now. From that I could sense it was just one person. It's Rena.
Yep.
But I had no intention of being careless. Did they intend to follow me like their car this morning? Until we were in a good location to assault me? Then it wasn't a good idea to keep walking like this. I stopped walking and looked back. A wooden path crowded with trees responded with silence as if there was no one there to begin with. But I wouldn't be fooled. I was certain footsteps were following me. And just as I stopped, the footsteps stopped as well. Meaning, the person following me wanted to keep their distance. That was, without a doubt, proof that I was the target. I held my breath, waiting for that presence to panic and start moving again. The trees rustled with the sound of the wind. Higurashi also joined in the dissonant chorus, trying to throw my focus in disarray. Had 5 minutes passed? Or had I been like this for a whole 30 minutes?
I'm so confused. Are they bad or not? They are. I feel like they are, but
Yeah. It was so hard to breathe that I might have suffocated. It seemed I would be the first one to panic. Without a doubt, he was lurking in the shade of that tree with bated breath. Then, I'd make the first move. I
Did
fixed my grip
he?
on the bat.
Oh my god! Don't swing it.
I raised it up to my shoulder to get ready to swing it at any time. He's gonna hit Rena. Hey! I know you're there! With all of my might, I screamed at whoever was hiding in the shade of the trees. But the presence in the shade didn't budge. Until the moment I found them, they had no intention of revealing themselves. I know already! I know you're there! I screamed out angrily at them again, but even still, they didn't move at all. Then I'll go over there myself! With all due vigilance, I approached step by step. Stepping into the tree's shadow, I saw a human figure then. That figure was curled up like a small animal. Rena! When she realized I'd found her, her expression softened. She seemed apologetic, but she wasn't going to speak a word. Did you have some business with me? I wouldn't accept that silence and screamed the question at her.
Not really, it's just...
Rena was in a panic with tears welling up in her eyes. But it was obvious that she had been following me. What about the club?
Since you're not... I'm not...
That shouldn't matter. Don't mind me and just play.
But... I'm just worried about you.
Thinking about how I've been acting up until now, it wasn't hard to imagine that my behavior could have been perceived as strange. So Rena was concerned. At a quick glance, that's how it would seem. But I wasn't gonna let my guard down that easily. If that really was the case, she still wouldn't have to do something like to try to tail me. She should have called out to me when I was leaving and gone out right with me. But Rena didn't do that. She kept her distance from me and matched my walking speed. On top of that, she matched the sound of her footsteps and deviously tried to hide her presence from me. Scared? Then after she realized I was there, she held her breath and she tried hiding from me. She wore a timid expression that would force one to take pity on her. But without a doubt, she was tailing me.
That's true though.
Yeah.
Mm.
It's not following me.
Oh...
Still glaring at Rena, I continued walking onwards. After I walked for a bit, she ignored my command and began walking again, so I yelled at her once more. I told you not to follow me!
But my house is in the same direction.
Then walk ahead of me! I'll start walking once I can't see you anymore. I move out of my way and wave my bat violently to urge her forward.
I'd like to go home together with you.
Making a pitiful expression, she meekly squeaked out the words in a voice that she knew would cut through my heart. That agitated me to no end. I knew it was a lie. If you wanted to go home together, then you should have called out to me. Now you're just blurting out random lies.
I'm sorry.
It seemed that the seething anger within me was written all over my face. Even without me saying anything, Ren had understood what I was feeling inside. If you get it, then go! I swung the bat, urging her again to walk. Ren looked back and forth between me and the bat and started walking hesitantly, then stopped again. Go on then, hurry!
I'm going. Please stop with the bat. This is scary.
Ren guarded herself by pointing at me holding the bat. She may have realized that I wasn't planning on using this bat for baseball. I lowered the bat, but still guardedly opened the way for her. Go. There's no problem now, is there? There was nothing else she could protest. She passed by me timidly so as not to set me off. As I watched her pass by, she stopped completely after having barely moved at all. You don't stop! Then a powerful gust blew past us, barraging my face of dust.
Bye bye.
The dust got into my eyes and clouded my vision.
Bye bye, you're dead now.
No, I don't think he's dead. I think she's dead. While rubbing my eyes with my left hand, I swung blindly with the bat in my right, protecting the small opening I represented. But Rena didn't even try to attack during that opening. Attack me? No, she hadn't budged an inch. I could tell from the sound of her fluttering skirt in the wind.
Uh-oh.
As her skirt settled, so did the silence. At that moment, the voice inside of me immediately warned me from pending danger. I was caught by surprise. The smell of the air had changed?
He whacked her?
Yeah. Without me realizing it, the air around me suddenly felt like calamity was about to befall me.
Wait, but he didn't. Oh my god.
It was like the air had suddenly become visible concrete, like Rena and I were locked in this space. Rena didn't move an inch. Also unable to move, I stared at her back. Rena was the first to break the silence. Instantly, she altered her stance. I felt like I had just witnessed her shift from Rena into the other person who looks like Rena. But the voice was one I knew well, which filled me with a kind of bewildering pity. Carelessly, I felt relief upon hearing that pitiful voice.
Well, excuse me, but can I ask you something?
I tried to even turn around when I squeezed her voice out desperately. She trembled. What?
Well, well, what? Why do you have a bat? I wonder. I wonder.
The question Rena asked was by no means unexpected. I can carry whatever I want.
But you didn't have one up until today. Why so suddenly?
It's all right if I decide to do something suddenly, isn't it? Is it strange that I have a bat?
Because, Keiichi, you're not the kind of person to play baseball. It's weird.
I couldn't tell what kind of answer she was looking for, and I was getting tired of answering her. I just suddenly got the urge to play baseball. That's so weird.
It's weird.
She answered instantly, and that annoyed me slightly. I just suddenly wanted to play baseball, and I wanted to practice my swing, so I'm carrying around a bat. What's strange about that?
Strange. Weird. Definitely. Why is Keiichi gone also?
Your ramblings are annoying me. Is it that strange for me to have an interest in sports? I tried to sound a bit more threatening to end the conversation. Until my suspicions about Rena were cleared, I had no obligation to answer her questions.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Don't get so angry.
Rena still didn't turn around and spat out words of apology one after the next.
Just one last thing. Tell me one last thing.
I don't feel like talking anymore. Hurry up and go. I yelled loudly at her, causing her to flinch as she had been struck. Seeing her in such a pathetic state caused my heart to ache sorely. But even though she was afraid, she stubbornly kept herself from moving. Before I was able to threaten her again, Rena asked her final question.
Why is that bat the same too?
What did she mean by the bat was the same? I had no idea what she was talking about. What are you saying? I mean, oh,
You kid?
you.
Oh wait. Oh,
You.
it's me? I mean, why is even the bat the same?
I don't understand what you mean at all. Say clearly. Even still, Rena didn't turn around. After inhaling deeply, she screamed.
I mean, why is even the bat the same as Satoshi-kun's?
Satoshi being... Huh? Upon hearing that name out of the blue, I became dumbfounded for a brief moment. By Satoshi, did she mean the student who had transferred out last year? No, that couldn't be. Rena had tried to cover it up by saying she transferred, but Oishi-san told me quite clearly that he was missing. He was the student who sat at my seat up until last year. He was believed to have been demoned away by Oshiro-sama's curse. I didn't know the details about his disappearance. The aunt he lived with was killed the night of the Watanagashi by a drug addict, and not long after that, he suddenly vanished, and was now missing. That Satoshi and I were... What? My gaze fell to the bat in my hands. Could it be? Satoshi Hojo. It was a bit difficult to see, but that was what was written on the white tape at the end of the bat. I see. So this was Satoshi's bat. Oh. This was Satoshi's bat. Since somebody was using it, I borrowed it. That's not a problem, is it?
That's not it.
The way Rena said that made it seem like this bat was something that should never be touched. Like it was some sort of offering in a shrine or a memento of the deceased. I could only stand there, perplexed and unable to respond. Rena continued speaking about waiting for a reply.
Why is it that you're doing the exact same thing Satoshi-kun did when it happened to him?
Rena was talking about more than just a bat belonging to Satoshi.
It was the same as Satoshi-kun. He joined a baseball team, but he didn't really like baseball.
What does that have to do with me?
Satoshi-kun also suddenly started walking around with that one day. He joined the team, but he wasn't the type to play sports.
What about it?
Uh-oh.
I closed my mouth before I could say that out loud. Listen carefully, Keiichi. Rena's trying to tell us something important.
Satoshi-kun also one day came to school all by himself all of a sudden. Just like Keiichi-kun. And one day he suddenly started practicing his swing, just like Keiichi-kun. Then one day he suddenly began carrying the bat around with him, just like Keiichi-kun. Then one day he suddenly... What? Rena had swallowed her words. Rena's sudden silence brought a hush back to the surrounding area. It was then that I could finally digest the content of the entire conversation. She was saying my chain of actions was exactly the same as Satoshi's. What was the meaning of this? Up until just now, I'd forgotten all about Satoshi. I never paid that much thought to him in the first place. Not only that, I didn't even know anything of what he'd done. My actions today should have been my own creation, after all the planning I'd done. But they had been the exact same as Satoshi's? Then Satoshi... No, more importantly, if both Satoshi and I acted the same, then there was a really good possibility that what happened after would be the same. Rena, that day, what happened to Satoshi? Rena knew. She knew what became of Satoshi. No, forget about what happened to a guy in the past. Rena knew what was going to happen to me. Answer me, Rena! Satoshi, what happened to him? With that, I grabbed Rena's shoulder violently and forcibly turned her around to face me. As I faced her, I felt a jolt travel through my entire body. Oh. I told you, Keiichi-kun.
It was that person that I didn't know. At least, it definitely wasn't the Rena Ryugu I've been talking to up until now. The voice just now didn't have a trace of the trembling or emotion that it had once before. The amount of regret I felt for turning her around so carelessly was unsurpassed. The gaze that felt pierced like a cold needle, the smile on her face that invoked an image of having been carved up by a knife. Chills went down my spine. My mind froze under a layer of rime. Both of Rena's eyes pierced through mine, leaving me unable to look away. As if to remind me of the fear from that time before, Rena brought her face close to mine, so close that I could feel her breath. Her face had filled my entire field of vision. Then, her sharply shaped eyes grew even closer, like the curve of a crescent moon. She grinned.
I told you, Keiichi-kun.
After a short pause, Rena repeated the same words again.
Satoshi-kun, you see, transferred out.
Transferred? Meaning what? What Rena meant must have been some new definition of transfer that I was previously not aware of. My throat and lips dried up. I couldn't even acknowledge what I had just heard. All I could do was swallow down my own saliva. It would seem that Rena saw that as a nod. She pulled her gaze back and spryly stepped back 2 or 3 paces. As she did, my legs gave out and I fell to my knees pathetically. Rena, and me on my knees underneath her emotionless smile. It had to be a very odd sight indeed. Seeing me in that pathetic state, she neither scoffed at me nor held out her hand. But I could neither stand nor escape with her gaze shooting through my eyes. There was undoubtedly a metal bat in my hand. But right now, as she was listening, I was like a fly caught in her web. Heavy sweat beaded all over my body. I could feel it dripping from my skin.
But you won't, will you, Keiichi-kun?
Rena finally released me from the cage of time after what felt like an eternity. But her question was still missing something important, and it was incredibly vague. Once again, I swallowed hard, urging her on. Do what? What does she not want me to do?
Transfer.
Bruh. Pinch. Sorry? Pinch hitter. You okay?
Yeah.
We will stop after this.
I
You
feel
can
that's
break.
been about 4 hours of like
You reading?
consistent reading.
So sad.
Why does KAG think so much? Like, come on.
I can take over.
No, but the thing is, I also want I want to keep going because
The 180 game rush chat. Yeah, I was
yeah,
like, oh, it's like
it's like
Rena
shit.
saying,
There is still a situation,
and then turns around. Oh, never mind.
Yeah.
She's still crazy.
Yeah, I'll go get some water quickly.
Alright.
I'm tired as well. Jeez. Even though I have done nothing this entire stream, but I don't even know who streamed it at this point. The entire time I've just been reading. I've just been sitting here like, cool. Just spectating, bro. Wish it wasn't my time. But then I lost interest. Bruh. Bruh.
Yeah, forgetting.
Okay.
Yep. Satoshi and I had what?
Yes, up here.
Gonna go bitch. Alright, Jeff. Oyasumi.
Oyasumi defu. Thank you.
Water. Daijoubu?
They've literally written out fucking like thesis lengths of text, and it's all just him going like, "I need to harden my heart."
It's basically the same thing over and over again, though.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I'm just like, bro, get to the fucking point. Yeah,
Balls. Balls, indeed.
balls.
Right.
It's been really intriguing so far, though, but it's a lot.
Hmm?
Nah. All my well-planned actions throughout the day turned out to have been nothing more than a reenactment of what Satoshi had done. Satoshi, had he really been in the same situation as I was now? The friends he had gotten along with had changed suddenly, and for no reason, at least none that I had noticed. Planned to kill him? Then, fearing for his life as I am, he got a bat to protect himself, and carried it around every day to practice his swing. And then one day, suddenly, he transferred. My blood went cold, causing a prickling sensation to course through my veins. Starting near my heart, it radiated outwards, from the top of my head to the soles of my feet, chilling every part of me without recourse. What did she mean by transfer? What did she mean by transfer? Was Satoshi still at wherever he transferred to? Was he the only one who would be able to understand me? Would he be able to tell me why it all ended up like this?
Gone, bro.
More importantly, where did he transfer to? What does she mean by transfer?
Does she
What
mean
does
by
she mean
transfer?
by
We get it!
transfer? Before I knew it, I was at my front door. This man, likes to fucking teleport while he's thinking. It's just like, oh, hi. The frigid knob was hard to turn. Was nobody home? It wasn't that odd of an occurrence. I reached into my pocket and pulled out a single key attached to my first sealed keychain. I stepped into the entryway. Just as I was about to take off my shoes, a chill ran down my spine. Someone had entered right behind me, like a classmate messing around, standing right up against my back. You're kidding, right? It had to be my imagination. Logically speaking, it was impossible for someone to be able to hide their presence within my personal space all the way through the door.
I mean, you were thinking the entire time and you fucking phased out. I wouldn't be so fucking surprised if Rena
This man
literally followed
this
you.
man blacked out, and then but there was there was undoubtedly someone behind me. Hey now,
Yeah,
hey
right,
now,
so.
Keiichi.
Yes.
How do you know they're there, even though they're behind you? Because I could hear the sound of flowing hair. There's no other reason I'd hear that sound. That was the presence. Because I could hear the sound of them blinking. Keiichi, my brother, there's no way you could hear that. It was mostly instinct than anything else that was warning me of that presence. Common sense was telling me that was just my imagination. It was just my imagination. There's nobody behind me. I began to embrace the mental image of an eerie figure standing behind me. But at the same time, I asked myself, if there was nobody, then what was I feeling? As an uncomfortable sensation crawled up inside me, up my spine. Actually, actually, wouldn't it be better if there was somebody there? If there was nobody there when you turned around, would you be able to accept that? I'd be able to answer all those questions just by looking behind me. But I didn't have enough courage to even do that simple task. This man thinks so hard in the span of a second.
He has the anime brain, you know. It happens in a couple seconds, but they have like this huge train of thought.
Yeah.
Doesn't understand.
Oh, right. I could try speaking to them.
Really?
Haley. No, you're fine. Oh, I tried speaking to them. The person behind me might answer me. It was a random thought. I didn't care how I went about it, just so long as I didn't have to turn around. If I had calmed down and thought about it, I would have known that wouldn't have solved anything. Who is it? I spoke in such a hoarse, broken voice that I couldn't believe it was my own. Who is it? I could almost feel them contemplating their response. I felt it. There's no way I should be able to do that. Calm down, Keiichi. It's all in your head.
The paranoia is probably gonna.
That time I was certain I heard it. I was hesitantly trying to answer my inquiry. I was hurt and I could hear the sound of somebody inhaling. I heard it. I heard it. I heard it clearly. It was a girl. A young girl. I didn't know who, but a tiny speck of courage in me, however reckless it was, inspired a primal yet fitting solution to this current predicament. A scream. All the force of my body released from my lungs and through my throat, ceasing all thought processes in my head.
Good morning, good morning.
Suppressing all my thoughts and my emotions, I began to collapse like a house of cards, somehow managing to twist my body and look back as I did so. It was definitely there. Right there. Somebody was there. Until the moment I turned around, until I brought the area behind me into my field of vision, they were definitely there. Falling face up, my eyes traced the remnants of the presence suspended in the empty space.
Getting crazy, bro. He's hallucinating.
Yeah, it couldn't be. They were invisible. They looked like they were there, but they were actually still standing there. As I screamed, all the emotions I was holding back burst free in a violent wave. However, I was decidedly calm as my emotion dam collapsed. The turbulent wave of pent-up emotions was skillfully diverted into a torrent of aggression. That emotion was definitely required to extricate myself from the bizarre situation happening right in front of me. In my state of heightened lucidity, I entrusted my body to the fury. The metal bat held firm in my right hand as if drawn there by a magnet. A mid-level sweep would be the hardest attack to dodge. I remember reading like that from a book about swordsmanship or something. I brandished my will to fight. The after image of the amalgamation of metal flashed as it was swung from left to right, beating against the entryway. The bat slammed into the right wall, the tip rebounding violently. Very calmly, I transferred the force of the rebound into a sweep to the left. There was a shoe cupboard was split into pieces. Those two swings whiffed through empty space, but they seemed to have a great psychological impact on the enemy. I could feel the panic emanating from that space. The attack wasn't the only thing required. I extracted the bat from the cupboard it was embedded in, and screamed as I spun my entire body around in a large arc. Rah! My scream shook the air, imbuing my ferocious swing with even more destructive power. Correct. Without mercy or restraint, my violent strike of certain fatal force behind it shattered the top of the cupboard. None of my attacks struck the enemy, but my ferocity certainly seemed to have an impact. Breathing heavily, my entire body soaked in sweat. The invisible enemy, there, but not there, dispersed. When I was certain the enemy had retreated, I locked the front door and lashed the chain. No way. Had it only feigned retreat? I was now inside my house?
Oh my god, he's actually going batshit crazy.
Yeah. Once again, I channeled my aggression and searched the house for the presence. But it was gone. I had succeeded in fending it off. At that moment, the tension drained from my body, and I let out a deep sigh of relief. All of the emotions that were holding back chaotically merged together and began to flood out. A hodgepodge of fear, accomplishment, and disbelief all mixed together and began to flow through my body.
Before this is what happened to Tomitaku-san.
Yeah, probably.
So he went crazy and ripped his throat out.
Unable to deal with each unable to deal with each individual feeling, I beat them all back with the strongest exhaustion.
I'm gonna take over.
How are you going though?
No. Sure you pay.
Yeah, sure. Even in this moment, I remained composed. After checking that all the doors throughout the house were locked, I went up to my room on the second floor and closed the curtains. I straightened my back and tilted my head back a little. After clearing my mind of all my idle thoughts, I managed to calm down even more. What was that at the front door? There was definitely something there. thinking about it. Maybe it was just an apparition I dreamt up in my confused state. But I really didn't think that was the case. Calm down, Keiichi Maibara. Compose yourself. But no matter how calmly I thought about it, what just happened wasn't a figment of my imagination. It was obviously a supernatural phenomenon, and without a doubt, something was behind me. It wasn't some sort of illusion I saw amidst my confusion and disorientation. Proof? I had just one piece. When I asked who is it, they inhaled as if they were about to answer. That sound had clearly reached my ears. The situation I was in right now was still unclear. Either I'd been possessed by the supernatural phenomenon known as Oyashiro-sama's curse, or this was the ruse that the villagers believed in it and were imitating it. Either way, the motives were unclear. The hazelnut pancakes.
Indeed.
I mean, and also he had the fucking bat song on.
Yeah. I don't think once. Okay.
A bit tired. Either way, the motives were unclear. The roundabout way it had been done was also still a mystery. If it was perpetrated by humans, that would mean that admitting it was Rena and the rest of them doing it, but it would be unsolvable. But it would be solvable. Oishi-san and the rest of the police would surely arrest my enemy. But if it was a manifestation of Oyashiro-sama's curse, I wonder what would happen. Oishi-san very clearly declared that curses didn't exist. At that time, those words were pretty dependable, but as things were now, with the rising possibility that the perpetrators were not human, he suddenly seemed quite unreliable. If I told Oishi-san that this was the work of Oyashiro-sama's curse, what would happen? I couldn't imagine his reaction, but it would go without question that a void would expand rapidly between myself and Oishi-san. With me having so few allies to begin with and not being able to confidently declare whether or not this was a curse or not, there was no merit to doing so. I better keep the facts of what just happened at the doorway to myself. It would be better if I didn't add what happened here to the memo behind the clock. There was still the ever so slight possibility that I was actually confused when I thought it was, and I was just going berserk in the entryway. How wonderful would that be if that was really what happened? I'll be able to refute Oyashiro-sama's curse. But if I denied Oyashiro-sama's curse, then that would mean admitting that Rena and Chris were perpetrators.
It's just a back and forth. Feel like, is it a curse or is it people? But if it's people,
Because
it's my
whatever,
friend.
then I just, but I did, blah, 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 like bitch, just fucking, like please.
In the end, TLDR, what we all gain from this entire 4 hours is that Keiichi is just a little bitch.
He's going insane, but I'm about to go insane from how I'm just fucking saying the shit over and over again. If I said that Ren and the rest weren't the perpetrators, then that would mean believing Oyashiro-sama's denying both of those, I would be admitting myself that I was losing it. You are losing it!
Thank you. Fucking.
The three options for which I couldn't choose became a trilemma of sorts. They mixed together and formed a whirlpool in my mind, making my head spin. Once again, I straightened myself and leaned my head back so I was just going myself.
And he's gonna have the same train of thought in 5 minutes.
Calm down. Calm down, Kate. Accept what has actually happened is reality. Stop thinking of anything more than that. But I couldn't help but think of it. Fuck you!
You know
Oh,
what?
wonderful.
I'm gonna be right back. I was holding in. I'm gonna be right. I was holding in to go to the fucking toilet, but this
Go.
will never end. Oh my god.
But I couldn't help but think of it again for like the 100th time. Okay, yeah, okay. I'm gonna think. A Homelander time? Yeah, we. Wait until the stream. Okay, sure. We can. Wait, we'll do it at the end of the stream. I have a Yakult at the moment, so I'm just gonna be downing this so I can reset my throat a bit. This man, I have like racked my voice hoarse, literally just fucking. Tsuka stream. Let's go. Okay. Um, potentially, because I've actually got I'm moving into a new place soon, so and the internet there is 100 megabytes per second, which I'm like, let's go. So it's actually very possible now. The internet I'm using now is actually off my mobile, so it's a little bit unreliable, but soon, maybe soon. Yeah, yo, picking it. Is it a Suka stream? At the moment, yes. I'm just here, chatting to you guys while I'm sipping my Yakult. Ah, fuck my Yakult. I just spilled my Yakult. But yeah, it is. I'm taking over now. I am the Ayakawa Hikari host now. How is everything go? How's everyone doing? Pretty good. It's late night for some of us, I know, but is it early morning for anyone here? Do you want me to send it on Twitter or Discord? Discord works. Discord works. If you want, bro. Guys, every time Shiro leaves, Tsuka comes back. Pretty sus. It is evening for you. Ah, nice. Oh yeah, yeah. It's evening for me as well. It's about 6:20 where I'm at. So yeah, well, we're all in slightly different time zones, I guess. 12:23. No wonder you're called Drowsy Rao. Oh, yes. I forgot you're UK. Yeah. At the moment, yeah. At the very least. Lol, elbows in the past. Yep. We time travels differently where I'm at, No, I swear. I think the thing about this game, right, Higurashi, is that it's actually really interesting. The whole thing is really interesting. But I think for me, reading it out so much, you start to realize that it's all repeated, which I guess makes sense, because it's kind of like how he's like dealing with everything all at once, and he's still thinking about it. He can't get it out of his head. So like thematically it works, but but looking at it and reading it like this, it's kind of a pain. But I am really interested in it's like it's actually is going in. Like I'm interested to see what comes out. Oh, yeah. God, I think that's from WoW, isn't it? Yeah, it is. What the fuck is this? Arouse. I think you're roasting Manelius, but you're not. You're roasting BuzzFeed. You can't roast Manelius. We don't feel anything. We watched 3,000 people die on live television in grade 5. We watched 2 goals, 1 cup before our frontal lobe developed. But going through, if I would not finish this, but going through if others is more fun. Yeah, definitely. Like for me, I would probably watch the anime instead. But I think that going through the visual novel with everyone here is actually one of the more enjoyable things, to be honest. Okay, Ross. I kind of okay with the Homelander theme, right? We can do that like later. I'll see how that works for I might like stream my thing. I might stream like a YouTube thing to Shiro, and then like read it out so that like the theme fits with what I'm saying. Yeah, let me listen to Homelander theme again. It's been so long since I've actually watched The Boys. Did you watch season 3 by the way? Season 3, right? Yeah, season 3. Homelander theme. I think Shiro fell in the toilet. Potentially, very potentially. Right.
I'm not that stupid.
Oh. Welcome back.
That's not no mean. Ikadema.
Okay. At 0:33 is when the thing starts. The menacing violin. Okay. Warner Bros. Shiro.
What?
No, I saw WB. I know it's welcome back. For some reason, my brain decided to say Warner Bros.
What is happening?
Oh. Okay.
How is your mansion? Huh? What?
Nah, we're just chatting.
What are you guys talking about?
Nah, talking about my new place. Talking about this, different time zones, that kind of stuff.
I see. Took a while to get back. Yeah, I got stuck on the toilet. Yep.
Okay, let's go back to repeating the same lines over and over again for the past 4 hours. Oh, I should have come up.
Higurashi karma. Higurashi karma, bro. Where's a bitch?
I was like, ah, fuck. This is like when you try to like do a 100-meter sprint, and you fucking trip on the first thing. Oyashiro-sama's curse wouldn't exist, and I would still be the bestest buddies with Rena and the rest. I would have to be crazy. That was the first time in my life I'd ever wished for such a thing.
You are crazy, bitch.
Yeah, why not all the above? The phone rang noisily downstairs. Generally, there were no calls from me, so I never really answered the phone much. But since my parents weren't here, I had no choice. I scurried off to bed and went downstairs. Hello, this is the Maibara residence.
Keiichi, this is Mom.
I intuitively had a bad feeling about this. It was because I thought she was going to ask me to go out and buy something. So I took the initiative. What? I don't mind having instant noodles for dinner. There's still a lot of them. The other day we went out as a family and bought a whole case of cup noodles. I wanted to get a bunch of different kinds actually, but I refused since the individual packs were expensive. So instead I got a whole case of the mega-sized pork bone and ginger flavor ones I liked. But my parents don't like strong flavors and didn't touch any of them, so the coverage was still full of them. So you see, there really isn't any need to go shopping, right?
Keiichi, I'm not asking you to go shopping. Both Mommy and Daddy have to go to Tokyo right now because of work.
Huh? Right now? This was really abrupt.
No, we're already here. We left this afternoon.
It's quite a distance to Tokyo from Hinamizawa.
I feel like Keiichi be like, why didn't you bring me?
Yeah, it's like, bro, why didn't you say anything earlier? Gunning at full speed down the highway would still take 6 hours. Dad has a license, but since he doesn't like the highway, they likely took the train. It would have taken longer.
I'm thinking you might understand since you heard us speaking last night, but it has to do with Daddy's contract. Right now, things aren't going so smoothly.
Now that you mentioned it, I did remember that he talked about all the time about how his job prospects weren't looking so good.
Daddy's really sus about things like this, so if we leave things as they are, it will affect his work.
Part of my father's particular fragile autistic personality. His emotions change as easily as the fall sky.
Then you gotta go to Tokyo and have some fun because you're going crazy.
Yep. Mommy and Daddy decided that you're kind of insane, so we're gonna go and we're gonna send you up to the farm.
And they're not coming back.
Yep. You could also just say you couldn't take criticism. But something like that can be done over the phone.
Keiichi, this is your father's job, so can you support him a bit, please? Anyway, it's just faster to talk about it in person, so there wouldn't be any misunderstandings.
As their son, there's nothing more I could say once they started talking about work.
So, we'll be back tomorrow night. Keiichi, will you be fine your own?
I'll not go die or anything.
Wow.
Why do you keep talking about death?
And there you go. Now you're dead. Congratulations.
Keiichi, you shouldn't speak so lightly of dying. If there's something troubling you, you just talk to us. I believe Mommy will be able to help you out.
Yesterday I did bring up if I died rather abruptly, so I suppose they were a little worried. But really, I was more depressed by the fact that nothing would be solved by telling them. But I didn't plan on dying. At least not while I still knew nothing. I would never allow it. I won't die. I won't. I'll survive even if I have to gnaw my own leg off.
Yeah. See you then. Tomorrow morning, make sure to wake up and eat your breakfast. And don't forget to take a bath and brush your teeth.
Yeah. See ya. The call ended like that. Sometimes my parents went off to Tokyo for business meetings.
I wonder how his mom does. Is his mom his manager? The dad.
I guess so. But Tokyo was far away. They normally did things by phone. The times they did go were normally planned out in advance. It never happened this suddenly. I couldn't say that those circumstances didn't feel strange, or rather, unnatural. Anyway, I only needed to recognize the reality of the situation. But tonight, I was the only one in the house.
Tonight's gonna be a bad night.
Bad night. Tonight is gonna be my death night.
Yep.
Then when my parents came back from at work, I'd be gone. Missing.
Oh god.
Vanished. Looking back on a series of events of the past 5 years in Yoshido-sama's curse, it wouldn't seem that strange at all.
That would imply that like, he's saying it imply that his parents are gonna die and he's gonna disappear. Because that's the chain, right? Someone dies, someone disappears.
One person dies, the other disappears.
Mm.
Come to think of it, it was getting pretty late. I didn't think it was good that the only light on in the whole house was from my room on the second floor. It was the same as broadcasting to the enemy that my parents were gone and this was their chance. First, I ran to the living room, flicked on the lights, and turned the TV on to a reassuring volume. Next was the study. I similarly turned on the lights and some music. With this, from the outside, it looked like my parents were here. Once again, I went to the house, checking to see if there were anything left unlocked. When I saw the veranda and the laundry still hanging out there, I went pale. That would have made it too obvious. I needed to take it down. I snatched it out of the laundry haphazardly and erased all traces that my mother wasn't there. It should be fine now. Ah! The garage! I hadn't gone all the way to Tokyo by car, but they had gone out to Okinomiya Station. The garage was empty, wide open, and in plain sight. This was not good.
I thought this guy is super paranoid. Or
He's paranoid. I panicked and rushed to the back to close the normally open the guard door. She should be fine now. Ah, I need to get the paper. Mom always got the paper. Since I left in the afternoon, the evening paper was still out there. My premonition was correct. I pulled out everything from the mailbox and dropped it in the entryway. With this, for sure this time, it should be fine. Come to think of it, leaving the cupboard busted like that for my little freakout was kind of bad. I'll just say I tripped and fell, and the bat while I was holding crashed into it. Even so, just leaving it in its current state wasn't good. I should clean it up a little before Mom got back and scolded me. Jesus. I remembered that there was a broom and dustpan in the closet, and as I was going to get them, the phone rang once again.
uh-oh.
Hello, this is the Maibara residence.
Oh, is this Keiichi-kun? Is your mother around?
She isn't here at the moment. You idiot, Keiichi Maibara. Yeah. don't reveal that your parents are gone. Follow up still. Calm down and take care of it. I think she'll be back soon. That wasn't a good response either. Now they might as well call. Then they might say they'll call again, or to tell her to call them when she comes back.
And that's fine. It wasn't anything important. Well then, sorry for the bother.
The scenario I feared didn't play out, eliciting a sigh of relief. That call was fortunate in more ways than one. I'd have to deal with more telephone calls coming in from my parents tonight. I was somehow able to deal with the phone call just now, but I couldn't continue to rely on such poor improvisation. I needed to make up a good story to explain why my parents were home, but I couldn't answer the phone at the moment. They were making tempura and couldn't step away right now. That wasn't good enough. They were sick and went to bed because they weren't feeling well. Was I going to be safe enough? Oh, Jesus fuck.
Bruh.
I was thinking about it on the way back to my room when the phone rang once again. It was like they were calling because they knew I was going to lie. I didn't want to pick up, but I knew I had to. This is the fact my parent went here. I should have just taken the phone off the hook and under the pretext that I didn't realize what it was. But since the phone rang, I had to pick it up. I prepared myself and lifted up the receiver. Hello? I stopped announcing this was the Maiwana residence. I had no reason to be kind to someone I didn't know the identity of. But unlike my uncouth voice, the person on the other side sounded goofy and lighthearted.
Hello? Oh.
Hello? My apologies for calling so late. This is Oishi from the Okonomiya bookstore.
Will I call her? No.
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 Oishi-san? Is that you, Mayabara-san?
My god.
Good evening. Good to hear you're doing well. I'm not so sure about this, sir. Wait just a moment, please. I grabbed the portable handset and burst into my room with it.
Why? No one's at home.
It was the same no matter where I was since there was no one else home. But I wanted to be in a spot that just felt a bit safer when speaking on the phone with Oishi-san.
But then you wouldn't know if someone is like at your door.
Yeah, right. Sorry for the wait. How are things? Anything changed since then? Since then? When was that exactly? There was something about the brazen way he talked that rubbed me the wrong way. The last time I spoke of Oichi-san was 2 days ago. The day I stayed home from school, I met Oichi-san on the way back from the hospital. And we headed into town for lunch and had a talk. And after that, Nena and Mion came to check up on me. Whenever I spoke of Oichi-san, they always knew about it. It was like that since the first time I met him. Today's phone call may well be found out by them as well. Hello? Can you hear me, Mayabara-san? Huh? Sorry. What did you say? I asked if anything's changed since last time. There wasn't an answer, so I got a bit worried. Not really. The words stopped in my throat. There was a ton of stuff that happened. All of it baffling. What should I talk about? I didn't understand any of it, but I should try asking. If I didn't ask now, I may never have another chance. This night, when my parents weren't home, I had no guarantees I'll make it through the night safely after all. Well, Oishi-san, it seems that someone is after me. Really? It could all just be a coincidence, but that day I missed school when I was sick. The two of them came to check up on me. Which two? Rena and Mion. They started asking about how I had lunch with me. What next? They left me some mochi when they came to visit, but there was a needle inside. Unfortunately, I didn't swallow it. I wonder, could that have just been a threat? About the needle. It was one of those common sewing needles you see all the time. There was a hole to string through. Not that, Mayabara-san. The needle itself. That's evidence. Could be used as proof that they threatened you. Where is that needle? That's right! That's it! I dropped the receiver and rushed downstairs. When I tossed the mochi, I had overlooked it out of terror, but that needle was a valuable piece of evidence. I had certainly thrown the mochi and the needle at the wall together.
It's cleaned
My parents
it.
cleaned it up, yeah. If it was there, then it would be on the living room wall. But my prudent mother had cleaned that living room wall, and there was not a trace of mochi left on it. No shit. Could it be that it dropped in the gap between the wall and the carpet? I frantically searched by running my palm along the carpet, but nothing turned up. I tried moving around the sofa and desk, pulling up the carpet and then flapping it around. But I couldn't find the needle. Did my mom clean up everything without noticing it? It was just 2 days ago. I didn't know what day that they collected the burnable trash, but it may still be in the trash bin in the kitchen. I rushed into the kitchen, opened the lids of the pail, and poured out the contents. But even at a glance, I could tell that it would be incredibly difficult to find a needle in this pile of trash. I was looking for a needle in the trash stack. There it is. I know. I tried running my hand through it. Ugh. was a bit gross, but I was looking for a needle. If I found a small prick, I'll be able to find it. It was a pretty tactless method, but it was the quickest. I held my breath and started striking the pile of trash in my hand. Filth flew about. There's nothing more disgusting than this, but it was not the time to be concerned about such details. I continued on for a while nothing turned up. I wanted to search more thoroughly, but I was still on the phone. I shouldn't keep Oishi-san waiting for too long. Later, when my mom got back, I'd have to ask her if there was a needle. I hastily began scribbling on the notepad affixed to the refrigerator with a magnet. Was there a needle? I scrawled the words with red pen. I then dashed back up the stairs, where I had been keeping Oishi-san waiting for far too long. Hello? Hello. How did it go? I couldn't find it. I was really overwhelmed back then. I see. It would be great if you could find it. Keep it safe. That's right. That needle wasn't the only incident. I have to tell him about this morning at the hit and run. Also, Oichi-san, that isn't all. Actually, this morning, that van was definitely aiming for me. I could say that without question due to the circumstances at the time. Did you see the license plate? I can search for it from here. Damn!
Oh my god.
Keiichi's just fucking like, oh.
Well, Oishi-san's like, I know.
I guess I thought yelling at him back then, but I didn't look at the plate. What failures on my part with the needle and the plate number? I was so focused just... Sorry.
Hey, you want me to read Oishi-san's one?
I think, yeah, that'd be good.
Okay, okay.
I was so focused.
So you're like,
No, it's not you. I'm sorry, like...
okay, you wanna just not read? I take over now. My playthrough now.
Yeah, you.
You should take a break. Okay.
Keiichi, omae nage!
I was so focused just protecting myself that I let some of the most important details slip out of my grasp. I punched my pillow, annoyed at how worthless I was. I'm sorry, I don't know much more than it was a white van. Nothing you fret about, my Bara-san. Anyone will be shaken up after being hit. I guess all of this really isn't a coincidence, is it? Oishi-san started to hem and haw over on the other end. I can imagine him folding his arms. Also, Rena's acting strange. Oh, so? What Rena said on the way home today, asking why I was so much like Satoshi-kun. Now I could say with confidence that Rena knew what happened to Satoshi. She knew that there was more to it than him just simply disappearing. Rena knows. She knows something regarding what happened to Satoshi, the kid who was demoned away last year. What would that be, exactly? Rena said I was the same as Satoshi. She said something to the effect that the way things are going, I'll end up with the same fate as Satoshi. Wait, you say? Exactly what kind of fate did she say would befall you? Transferring out, she said. Transferring out? Rena said Satoshi transferred out. So given how things are going with me, I'll transfer it out too. Oishi-san let out a stern sigh and then grumbled loudly. My brother-san, there was probably some sort of threat. Or maybe some type of warning. I thought so too. At that point, I started to think. Would it be prudent to sum up everything that had happened until now as the machinations of some human perpetrator? Other than the theory of it being Rena and the others, I was left with Oyashiro-sama's curse actually existing as the only other explanation. We've been through this? Of course, I couldn't tell that to Oishi-san. Except, Rena's strange behavior could be proof of either scenarios. Whether it was Oyashiro-sama's curse being real or everything being part of a conspiracy committed by all of the villagers, Rena was involved. Rena had to know something. Rena was suspicious. What exactly was Rena? I couldn't help but think she was somehow involved with the prior string of mysterious deaths. I seem to recall that Oishi-san had admitted that he had dug into Rena's past a little.
was probably just downplaying it when he said a little. Meaning he had actually dug pretty deep, most likely. I wanted to hear about Rena. Didn't know what happened at her previous school, among other things that was still unknown to me. If Rena was somebody I should suspect. No, not that. I wanted to know the truth. Tonight I was alone in this huge house. Even though I said I couldn't count on them, I had lost the security I felt I had just by my parents being around. It wasn't like this house was some sort of fortress or castle. If a malicious person decided to use brute force, they'd easily gain entry. There were no other residences closer to my bar residence. No one would be able to hear anything, no matter how loud it was. I never felt as much resentment towards my father's artistic temperament and the fact that he had this house built in such a remote location as I did right now.
Oh.
I wonder if I would still be here by tomorrow morning. I had to ask right now because I had no idea when the next chance would come. Moishi-san? Oh wait, Moishi, I have something I wanted to ask about. Please don't keep anything from me. Or ask away. Even though he was so far away on the other end of the line, this was the most reliable he had ever felt. I wanted to ask about Rena. About what happened at her previous school. Oh no, the ringing, the ding dongs.
Yeah.
She's in. She's in. She's in the house. She's standing right at the door and she's about to kill
probably.
him.
Like, bruh.
Actually, regarding Rena's. I noticed the sound that had been going on for a while now. Since I was so focused on the call, I hadn't paid attention to it at first, but I finally realized it was the doorbell. The time was 7 o'clock. It was past the time the postman would be making a delivery, and past any sensible time for a neighbor to be visiting. I considered just acting like nobody was home, but that wouldn't be good. That would ruin all the work I put in making it look like my parents were home. I need to answer the door. Hello? My bar-san? Sorry, someone seems to be at the door. I'm gonna go see who it is. A guest, I see. My apologies. Should we end this phone call now? That would be a problem. No, I'll be back in a second. Do you mind if I just leave the phone on? Fine, I don't mind. I dropped the handset on my bed and dashed down to the door. I needed to make up a good excuse to get them to leave. I had a hunch it was the lady who called right before Oishi-san did. In which case, it would be one of the neighbors who's friends with my mom. I'll just say mom isn't feeling well and went to bed early. That would be the easiest option. And it's Rena or Mion. It'd be hard for her to ask me to wake my mom up if she's not feeling well. The bell continued to ring at regular intervals. If someone didn't answer after you rang the bell so much, you'd normally give up and go home, wouldn't you? Without removing the chain, I opened the door slightly and peered at the visitor. A chill ran down my spine. I knew it. Somewhere deep inside, I prepared for this moment. I tried to escape by imagining he was the easiest person to deal with. One of my mom's friends. It's Rena. Yep.
Good evening.
Rena! There shouldn't be any reason for Rena to come over at this hour. The timing also made me feel uneasy, because it was just as I was about to ask Oishi-san about Rena. I wish I could have chalked this up to mere coincidence. But those unsettling words from Mion several days ago echoed back to me. There's nothing this old man doesn't know. Are you alone, Rena?
Yeah?
Seems that Mion wasn't with her, but that didn't change the situation at all. Oh, why did you come here?
Hey.
Oh no.
Hey, Kichi-kun, I'd like you to open the door so we can talk. Can I come inside, I wonder? I wonder.
It's true that speaking through a chain door wasn't the right way to talk to a classmate, but... At my house, the chain has to be on at night. Oh wait, whoops. At my house, the chain has to be on at night. Don't worry about it.
Then it can't be helped, I guess.
Renette pouted rather sadly. But she kept smiling at least, and her effort to keep that smile up was quite pitiful. Even though she was tugging at my heartstrings, I didn't lower my guard. As long as I stayed like this, even if it made my heart ache, my life wasn't in danger. go home. What I really feared was more than the possibility that hoodlums would assault me if I removed the chain. Was trusting Rena enough to remove the chain and having my friendship betrayed. As long as the chain wasn't unlatched, even if it made my heart ache, I wouldn't have to deal with being betrayed by Rena. Since it didn't seem like I removed the chain from her silent urging, she appeared to give up on trying to get into the entranceway.
Have you eaten yet, Gage-kun?
No, I haven't eaten. Since my mom wasn't there, dinner wouldn't be ready no matter how long I waited. I laid down when I got home and was woken up by the phone, and didn't have a chance to eat since I used all that time talking. I was gonna have cup noodles in any case. I could just eat... What? I could just eat one whenever I wanted to. No, not yet. What about it?
Hey, then good. Look here, I brought a bunch of dishes.
Rena held out a stack of boxes wrapped in cloth.
If I could use your kitchen, I can heat up the miso soup and other stuff.
It's fine, you don't need to do that.
But there's a lot of tofu and vegetables in it. This cage gonna like the type of stuff, I wonder.
There's no way I wouldn't like that. I love miso soup with lots of ingredients. White radish, carrots, burdock root potatoes, dense and fibrous root vegetables. Yeah, that miso soup looks incredible.
I also brought rice, so if you microwave it, you can eat it really quickly.
Without a doubt, rice needs miso soup. Stuffing rice down your gullet, sipping miso soup in between ravenous bites. Oh yes, how wonderful it is to be born Japanese.
Also, I made some more pickles. I made sansai pickles this time.
Before I had moved here to Hinamizawa, I scoffed at the mountain vegetables called sansai, but I was captivated by their charm the first time I tried them. Such a deep yet light flavor. The vegetables from the supermarket were tasteless and bland compared to these. If you had to describe them, then they were the vegetables for the uninitiated. He just wants to make you miso soup. It's just super wholesome. Uh-huh. The moment unchains door stabs. Oh, I see. To become an expert such as myself, you first had to partake of sansai. It was common knowledge around here that the Ryugu family's traditional pickles were wonderfully delicious. No matter what kind of pickles they were, they go so well with the fluffy white rice.
And also...
But wait, there's more. So delicious, it just seems so delicious. Farewell to my unhealthy self who said he'd make do with cup noodles. Rena appeared to be in a good spirits and she was offering such a delicious sounding dinner. It's all a bait. The stress evaporated from my gut and hunger reared its voracious head. At the same time, my awareness of Rena suddenly dwindled. Oh no. How to get to a man through his belly. Rena did say she was alone. It shouldn't be— oh my god! It shouldn't be a problem letting her inside, though the possibility that was laced with poison still hadn't been ruled out. At that moment, a cold chill ran down my spine once again. I couldn't understand why such a sensation had occurred just then, but the voice inside me was sounding the alarm. This happy Rena, speaking of this charming dinner, was dependent on one premise. That premise was that tonight, dinner hadn't been made at my house, meaning it was under the assumption that my mom, who should be making it, wasn't here. At any normal household, 7 o'clock would be around the middle of dinner time. If my mom were here, we'd be eating dinner around this time as well. The fact that she brought over all the makings of a meal at this time was inherently strange, unless she knew. Rena, did she know that my parents weren't home? But there was also the chance that this was a bluff. She said because she's the danger walking outside. Yo shit, he used his brain! Oh! She's a turtle. Bruh. Suddenly he's using his brain, bruh.
All his neurons are activated.
Big brain time. I had turned on the lights and a bunch of other stuff to make it seem like my parents were here. There was a chance that Rena was unsure if my parents were home. But I had to wonder. The laundry, the garage, the evening paper, there were plenty of signs of them being hastily tidied up. It was hard to say that Rena didn't have a chance to determine if my parents were here or not. But there was no reason for me to confess that right now. I should try holding on to the fact that as long as I could. First of all, the chain was still latched. As long as I didn't take it off, Rena wouldn't be able to do anything to me. I'm quite grateful, but yeah, I think the dinner will be ready pretty soon.
Huh? Is that so? Is that so? Is that so?
What if his mom told Rena that?
Yeah, it's like, oh, we're going out. Can you go and say cook? Yeah.
Yeah, can you take care of him for me?
Maybe
I
okay.
swear it is. Okay.
I know you went through. Oh, I know you went through all that effort and everything, but well, unable to think of a good way to refuse, my words trailed off weakly. But some of this could wear your side. Oh, wait, no. Oh, that's right now. Oops.
but some of this could work as side dishes. I think.
Can we tag in since you're having a conversation, or?
Huh?
Do you want me to tag in since you're having a conversation, or you good to keep going?
I'm good. I want to give him the wimpy voice. Because he's a fucking wimp. Sorry, we're more than enough already. My mom always makes a cute quite a few sides. So, please leave.
Huh? You have side dishes?
With a smile that bordered on a cringe, I dodged her questions apologetically, but the feeling I tried to ignore began creeping up my back again. I spoke as if my mom was sitting down dinner right now, but it didn't mesh well with what Rena was saying. When I was talking, as if she was aware of some obvious fact, and that I was aware of it as well.
So, Keiji-kun can cook. What did you make, I wonder?
She thinks she has a house. Close that door. No, well, it's not that when I had assumed out of nowhere that I made the dishes. No, not so much that I made them, but rather that my mom hadn't.
Did you already make them? The side dishes? Did you? Keiji-kun?
It wasn't me who made them. It was my mom did. No, she's making them. Right now. Oh no, that's why Rena's like, you're lying, bitch. This is what you see. I'm sorry, but I can't eat what you bought. Rena fell silent at that moment. At that moment, I felt that the light had suddenly disappeared from her eyes.
How about I try guessing what Keiji-kun's dinner will be?
It doesn't matter what I'm gonna eat.
Let's see.
The conversation might appear natural at first glance, but Rena was firmly in control. I felt like I was being interrogated.
Your dinner, I wonder. Is it something that can be made with just hot water?
Hey, now some of the insults. I can't believe you built my mom's extravagant extravagant dinner like that. Taking soda, full capacity already. It's that amazing. I tried my best to put on a strong front, but I couldn't grit my teeth quite right. Instead, I looked like someone who was borderline hysterical. But Rena showed no reaction whatsoever, even to that silliness.
Keiji-kun, did your mother really leave you dinner?
Is he? I can't tell if he's dumb or fucking smart. Like with this many hints by Rena saying she already knows that the mom's not in, he should just played that off. She didn't leave me dinner. She's making it right now. You know, it's almost time for dinner. Rena had taken that assertion of mine that my mother was home and making dinner right now. I was completely ignoring it. I could tell that the more I panicked, the colder Rena became.
Hey, Keiji-kun.
At that moment, an uncomfortable chill crept in from the gap in the doorway.
Is your mom home, I wonder?
I couldn't keep up this charade anymore. Rena, she knew full well that my parents weren't home, but I'd come too far to admit that now. Anyway, my parents were here, and we'd be having dinner soon. That was the situation I had concocted. So I answered, told her she was here. Yeah, she's here, of course, yeah. I could feel the humidity drying out from the surrounding air. Rena's eyes were becoming even more frigid, piercing me with their glare.
Why?
What do you mean? I tried acting casual, but the facade was torn off me. The instant I looked into Rena's eyes, that look informed me of Rena's response faster than she could open her mouth.
Why have you been lying to me, I wonder? I wonder.
I'm not lying.
That's a lie, isn't it?
It's not a lie. Lies! Rena's outburst sent a jolt surging through my body. Rena, I was still separated by what few inches that slightly ajar, but still chain door could afford. But despite that, I was still being cornered. My house, which I considered a safe haven until now, had become more like a dark alleyway where no one can save me.
Well, I guess your dinner, Keiichi-kun? Let's see.
I knew now that Rena had already known that my parents would not be here tonight. But it was still so strange that I had come to this. Even if she somehow knew my parents weren't at home, there was no way she should be able to guess what I'd be eating tonight. But Rena said she'd guess. How could she guess it? How could she know it was instant?
Cup noodles. That's right, isn't it?
I was going to eat it. Wait, the cooking repertoire of a man who can't do housework is probably nothing but cup noodles after all. Looking at this statistically, it was the most probable answer. That didn't mean she was guessing.
I don't think you'll be full with just noodles. I think having rice and stuff will definitely hit the spot.
Calm down, Keiichi Maibara. This was just coincidence. Rena was just reading certain tales of mine. So the fact that she was inferring what I was thinking alarmed me. But it wasn't as if she was actually reading my mind. If it was being read, then she was a demon. No, not a demon. Things like that, they couldn't possibly exist.
You like them?
Do you mean noodles?
No.
What? What is that supposed to mean? N-O-O-L-E-S. It still has the same number of letters as noodles, so...
No,
No.
noodle.
Wait, C-O-R-P-S-E-S, corpses. Ah, yes.
Huh?
It's the same letter, the same amount of letters of the asterisk.
Yeah.
It's fuckers.
Yeah.
Anna indicated that the point my answer was addressing was wrong. Her rebuttal was so short that I momentarily didn't understand the words Rena had spoken. Sorry, Rena, what did you just say now?
Huh? About what?
Just now you asked me if there was something that I liked, didn't you? It wasn't long before I regretted how carelessly I pushed forward that question. That's such a simple answer. That was why I wasn't able to comprehend it. Oh. Pork?
Pork bone and ginger flavor.
I wonder how I appeared in the moments my mind went completely blank until the moment I was able to recover. As my field of view began to distort, slowly swirling in a counterclockwise direction, I lost all sense of balance. Why do you know that? I didn't even deny it. That was the type of frenzied state I was in. How could Rena know even this? Even carrying as I mashed my head against the door, I fixated my gaze on Rena. But she didn't even flinch when she saw me do that. I certainly did buy them. I bought a bunch at once. I bought a whole case. How could you know that?
Why, I wonder? Quite strange, isn't it? Isn't it?
How could you dodge the question at a time like this? The chain and the door suddenly were no longer protecting me. How do you know? Why do you know? Answer me! Yeah.
You bought them at 7th Mart, didn't you?
A shiver ran up my spine. I mean, we know that the village has eyes everywhere.
Yep.
So, is it that hard? Yeah. A shiver ran up my spine. I tried covering up with an angry facade. Like I said, why do you know that? Oh, never mind.
I was
Yikes.
behind you, following you the whole time.
What are you saying? I couldn't understand why she was saying she'd been following me all this time.
That's because Rena was right behind Keiichi-kun's back the whole time.
Like that night I was absorbed in my phone conversation with Oishi-san. I didn't even sense her being there. Standing behind the door behind me, standing there just like that.
When Keiji was picking out the noodles, I was watching the entire time. You picked out so many different flavors, didn't you?
Didn't he like go to the market with his parents or family? Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
I guess he was still she was standing in like a distance or something.
Then your mom got angry. If you were going to pick the expensive ones, then you should just pick one type, she said. And Keiji-kun picked out that big box of pork bone and ginger flavor that he loves so much, didn't he? I like it too. Pork bone noodles. But I can never eat a whole big bowl myself.
My brain was paralyzed, dulling my senses. It might have been a defense mechanism to diminish the fear I was feeling to non-traumatizing levels. With the fear being diminished, the fog enveloping my mind was cleared away. And I could understand what Rena was saying and started to put meaning behind her words. Even so, my fear hadn't subsided completely. It was like I was standing at the edge of a cliff, eyes closed so that I didn't have to look down. It didn't actually solve any of the basic problems. I slowly took a step backwards, and as I withdrew, Rena advanced.
Oh, Keiji-kun, can you open this? We can eat dinner together. I'm sure it's gonna be delicious, so... Okay?
Rena's pale, slender fingers squirmed through the crack in the door one at a time, as if they had a mind of their own, rattling the chain. If she had unlatched the chain from the door, a feeling of terror would have just exploded within me. But Rena didn't do that. She was simply imploring me to remove the chain. She was doing her hardest to light the fuse to the powder keg in my heart, trying again and again.
Kata kata.
But it doesn't light. It doesn't light.
Open up, Keiji-kun.
Please go away, I beg you. Please go away.
How can you say something so mean? I wonder.
Please go away. Go away. Go away. The powder keg inside me finally went off. No smoldering, it just exploded. I tackled the door. A what? The force through the door had knocked Rena momentarily off balance. I couldn't hesitate here. I grabbed onto the doorknob with both hands, planted my feet firmly and pulled with all my might. But that slamming sound I so desired didn't happen. I could feel a tiny, disturbing bit of resistance, keeping the door from closing. And the source of that was Rena's fingers. Each of those fingers wriggling, worming around like the tendrils of a carnivorous plant through the crack in the doorway. Does that mean he slammed on her fingers? Yikes.
Yep.
It hurts. Hurts, Keiji-kun. It hurts.
Ugh. It was a hard shriek, but more of a yelp she was trying to keep back. Go away! Go away! I kept on pulling on the door with all my might. I didn't even realize that if I didn't loosen my pull on the door at least momentarily, Rena wouldn't be able to pull her fingers out, and that was why the door wasn't closing.
It really hurts, Keiji-kun. I'm sorry if I was messing around too much. Ugh.
I didn't care one bit for her apology. No matter how much she apologized, it didn't change any of what she had done up until now. It didn't change anything.
It hurt. It hurt. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Go away! Go away! Go away! Go away! Rena couldn't leave, even if she wanted to, because I trapped her fingers. Rena's white fingers had become deep red and were no longer even squirming. Holy shit.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Go away. Go away. Go away. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Rena's apologies were closely twisted with pain, but like a broken record, she was intent on repeating it over and over. Go away. Go away. Go away. Go away. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. I pulled on the door even harder. Finally, Rena's fingers were somehow able to slip out from their imprisonment in the doorway. The moment that happened, the door closed soundly, and I could hear the thud of Rena falling on her butt on the other side. I locked the door immediately. It made a loud clunk, voicing my rejection to Rena. Sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Sorry, I'm sorry. Cage-kun. I'm sorry. Open up. Cage-kun. Rena leaned against the door, apologizing profusely and nothing else. After confirming that I was sufficiently sealed off from her, I trudged away from the entryway. On the other side, I could still hear Rena echoing her apology. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Those pitiful words, they would be forever seeking my forgiveness. I didn't feel bad about this at all, but that wasn't out of any sort of malice. I felt a sort of hazy sense of relief that I was able to escape from Rena. Before Mion had threatened me at the doorway, saying there was nothing she didn't know, and just not at the same place, Rena told me the same thing. My feeble attempts to disguise the fact that my parents weren't home had served no purpose from the start. I should have just pretended to be out, and not even opened the door. My meager plans hadn't helped at all. In Hinamizawa, it was impossible to outwit them. Even though I was on the other side of the door, I wanted to get as far away from Rena as possible. 1 step, 2 steps. With each one, her sniveling apologies became more distant. I'm pretty sure we left Oishi-san waiting upstairs as well. I sprinted up the stairs and dove into my room. As you would expect, I was finally no longer able to hear Rena repeating her endless apology. Diving into my bed, I was so startled by the heart lump I felt. There was something in my bed? The phone, you fucking... It was the receiver. I finally remembered. I was in the middle of a call with Oishi-san. Looking at the clock, apparently not much time had passed since I went downstairs. Could it be that my clock had run out of batteries? I talked with Rena for so long, how did almost no time pass? But the hand on the clock was ticking forward 1 second every second as usual. As I put the still warm receiver to my ear, time, which felt frozen, began moving once again. Hello, Oishi-san. Sorry to keep you waiting. Nope, not at all. I didn't wait that long. It became apparent that the amount of time that had passed between myself and Oishi-san was different. Over the phone, I could hear an energetic voice from a sports program or something. It drove home just how far away Oishi-san really was. Rena came just now. She'd come to play. I wasn't confident that I could coherently explain the situation to Oishi-san, but I didn't need to right now. Right now, I needed to know about Rena. That's right, I was planning to ask Oishi-san more about Rena, but Rena's little visit had interrupted the conversation. What was true and what was false, I couldn't tell. The one thing I knew was the single grim reality that Rena was suspicious. I might be able to figure something out if I asked Oishi-san about her. Up until now, I had regretted it whenever I forced myself to ask about things that I was better off not knowing. But looking at it that way, you could say I hit rock bottom. There was no possible way I could feel any more regret than I did right now. No, rather, I wanted to know if there was anything beyond this I would regret more. Forget about tomorrow, it wasn't out of the realm of possibility for something to happen tonight. I wanted to know everything I could. I was absolutely not going to die like this. Not without knowing anything. I definitely won't. Regarding Rena Ryugu-san, I did a bit of digging. Yeah, well, it wasn't much. I understand that Oishi-san was talking in circles. A bit meant I dug so deep it'd be hard to discuss with you since you're a friend. I want to know everything from your research. I don't think you'll be very interested in what I have to say though. Oishi-san! I spoke as calmly as possible to Oishi-san, who was continuing to avoid the issue, and then I said it. I think Rena Ryugu is suspicious. Even if the past incidents from Oyashiro-sama's curse, Rena Ryugu is involved. Do you have some sort of proof that makes you believe Rena-san's suspicious?
The manner in which Oishi-san spoke became very firm. Do you have some sort of proof? That was him talking as a detective. I only have circumstantial evidence. I see. You could tell even over the phone how disappointed Oishi-san was. Pulling on the fishing line when he felt a bite, only to reel in the bait. Disappointed, but ready to cast the line once more. That's how it seemed. Oh, Oishi-san, you can't do anything without physical proof, can you? What I meant was, you can't come and save me without proof. I stuck that barb in there. As Oishi-san loved roundabout ways of saying things, he understood me just fine. It's fine, Maibara-san. I'll protect you. That was not the least bit reassuring. Oishi-san was just using me to continue his investigation. I was just going to get killed, and my corpse would be an important piece of evidence, and that was all I was to him. Whether I'm alive or dead may be of no concern. Oops, sorry. Whether I'm alive or dead may be of no concern to your investigation, but it's all over for me when I die. Oishi-san went silent on the other end of the line. That may have been too blunt, but I didn't care. All I needed to relay to Oishi-san was that I was currently in a very dangerous position. So please, tell me about Rena. Satoshi transferred out. Wait. Satoshi transferred out, not too far in the future. I'll probably also do what Rena called transferring out as well. But you won't be able to find my corpse. You haven't even been able to find Satoshi's body yet. Alright, Maibara-san, please calm down. I was already suppressing my agitation, even without Oishi-san having to tell me. It wouldn't solve anything if I continued to scream about my mistrust in the police. It would seem that I could only depend on myself and the bad Satoshi left behind to protect myself. Then I at least wanted to know about what happened before Rena transferred schools. You're aware that this won't be very interesting, right? Oishi-san, realizing my resolve couldn't be swayed, finally caved. Mate.
You know when you want it, and let me know when you want me to tag in. Alright,
Yeah.
Yep.
Read Oishi-san's lines. That's all.
What's that say?
Did you read Oishi-san's lines?
Yeah, sure. Oh, she's on right? Yeah.
Everything else I'm okay.
Sure, please.
Right now, to me, there's nothing that I find interesting. Please.
There are a few things I need you to agree to.
Okay.
Please keep this confidential. Also, part of this may be speculation. Not all of it may be true. Are you still interested?
It might not be true. I don't understand what you mean.
There isn't one main investigation for the mysterious chain of deaths in Hinamiza. Each one is treated as its own individual case. Thus, Ranayugu has never been linked to any of the investigations.
Let's see for the start.
Yo, cute.
Basically, you see, this is an investigation of Rena done by the police. And it's a personal inquiry. Is that what you're telling me? Oh wait.
This is an investigation of Rena done by the police, and it's a personal inquiry is what you're telling me.
This will make things a lot quicker since you understand. All of it is from either phone calls or meetings and interviews. So they aren't corroborated. I'm asking you to take this all with a grain of salt, is what I mean. Do we have an agreement?
All of it is just from what you heard.
Yes. My apologies. It's all a personal investigation, you see.
That thing before you say you saw Rena's chart, didn't you? I'm sure I heard you say that.
Oishi-san paused for a moment on the other end of the line. I told you that too. Please pretend you didn't hear anything about that. I didn't.
Oh, right. I didn't care about Oishi-san having certain obligations or responsibilities. I also didn't care if there was no proof. Even if they were just rumors, there's no smoke without fire after all. Please tell me more, Oishi-san.
Understood.
Oishi-san finally opened those tight lips of his. It seemed that Rena lived in Hinamizawa a long time ago. She had moved to Ibaraki Prefecture after she finished elementary school. And following that, right after transferring, the unfortunate incident with the breaking of school windows happened. Then Rena confided to the doctor.
It was Oyashiro-sama.
This was all that he knew.
There isn't much difference between what I know and what you know, my Bara-san.
And what part did you investigate further? I didn't need to ask. It was the incident that happened just after she transferred.
The incident.
Wait.
Rena was that's it.
Oh, is that me?
Yes, Rena-ma.
The incident Rena was responsible for, and she divulged to the doctor afterwards, correct?
Yes.
After you learned about that, you started suspecting Rena and the others, didn't you?
Yes, I did suspect them.
So they're the ones after all? After all? Question mark.
No, that's not what I meant by suspect. No, that's not what I meant by suspecting.
Oishi-san was the type of person to say things with confidence, but these particular words were less than reassuring. Then, who did you suspect? Oh. Okay.
But it was Oyashiro-sama.
Huh?
That Oyashiro-sama's curse really exists. Yeah, right, well.
Oishi-san's laugh was quite dry, certainly not the kind that would make you want to join in. Oishi-san resumed the conversation about the dubious circumstances behind Satoshi's disappearance. The course of events up until the start of delving into Rena's past. Just then, there was thunder in the distance, and a heavy rain started pouring down. It came without warning. Rain so heavy it felt like it could beat you down. I left the window in my room open, a crack to let the heat out. The violent wind danced into my room, making the curtains flap wildly.
What is it?
Oh, nothing. It suddenly started raining heavily. Sorry, please continue. I got up while still on the phone and closed the window.
I said at the beginning it was I said at the beginning it was an incident. But because neither the school nor the victims filed charges, the police were never involved. So you see, those involved were very reluctant to talk. Regardless of there being a victim who had one eye beaten so badly that it had permanent damage. Huh? It could have been the school, or possibly some individual who made arrangements to make this from going public. Also, the psychologist was very strict about the professional ethics. Hello? Maebara-san. Can you hear me?
Oh my god. And he left the window open? Fucking idiot. He loves guard, I suppose. There was the figure of a person standing by the light near the mailbox this whole time. Even in this torrential rain, they didn't have an umbrella. They were unquestionably drenched from head to toe, and the shower, which more resembled a waterfall, droplets of water dripped down from her hair. Standing there, both arms dangling at her side. In one hand was a stack of boxes wrapped in cloth. Her eyes focused on my room, focused on me as I was close the window. Her mouth was methodically repeating a chewing motion. It was as if she had something hard to chew in her mouth, with her cheeks puffing out. What could she be eating over there? How could it be at this time? I was more enthralled by Rena instead of the shocking developments being brought to light by Oishi-san. If it hadn't started raining, I would have gone through the window. Then I would have noticed Rena and I would have noticed that Rena's mouth was moving in the same pattern. She wasn't eating something. She was repeating something. What was it? Was she repeating? To me? What was she saying? And what was I right up against the window fixated on her?
Hello? Maibara-san? Can you hear me? Hello?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Huh? Maibara-san?
I'm sorry. 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 I'm sorry.
Hello? Maibara-san?
Even in this
What's the matter?
torrential...
Yeah, sorry.
Even in this torrential downpour, Rena was still apologizing. The other self inside me drew the curtain hastily with my right hand, blocking my view of the outside. But even doing that, Rena's relentless apology still reached my ears. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If I forgive you for this, will you forgive me for that? Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. Sorry. I'm 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 sorry. Damn it. Why did I have to forgive her? I'm the one who wants to be forgiven. What part of me can't you forgive? I won't be killed. If you won't forgive me, then I won't forgive you either. I won't forgive. 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 Won't forgive.
Maibara-san, if you can hear me, then please respond. Hello? I think what you're saying.
Bruh.
It's actually, like, crazy.
It's kinda crazy.
Yeah, this is crazy.
Split personality at the 7th Mart.
Ooh.
You wanna rain of apologies? Yeah, that's the achievement. Come on. Alright. You wanna read the tips and then end, or you wanna read tips next time?
Let's save the tips for later because I'm afraid that if we read the tips now, then it's kind of like, you know,
Yeah,
hard
it's
to
like
remember.
a recap, kinda. Right now needs to be in a psych ward or something. I'm pretty sure she saw a psychologist and
I think the next one will definitely be the last one though. It's gonna be reaching the climax.
yeah, man. Anywho, it's time to end.
Time to end.
Yeah, yeet.